Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as Rasa of the Sand and brought greatness to the Sand Village. Let the tale begin. Chapter 226, New Department, New Elder. What could Shinno even say? Compared to Hoki, Shinno was far more cunning and calculating, and he still tried to feign ignorance. However, Rasa cut straight to the point and revealed that he had already ordered the Umbu to investigate the Sky Village and the existence of the Zero Tails. Shinno's face darkened further. So you've known all along, Kazekage-sama? Rasa's expression remained calm. What do you think? Although your continued dishonesty disappoints me, I'm still willing to give you a chance because of your talents. But if you want my trust, you'll have to give me something else in return. Shinno's fists clenched tightly. Under the cold stares of Rasa, Pakura, and Michikawa, he eventually forced a smile back onto his face and dropped to one knee. Looks like I no longer have a choice. Then, I greet you, Kazekage-sama. Inside the Kazekage's office, Rasa looked down at the two scrolls Shinno had handed over and appeared visibly surprised. One scroll contained the Sky Village's method for controlling the Zero Tails. The other held what Shinno considered his most treasured research, techniques to stimulate cellular vitality, along with an extensive compilation of medical ninjutsu. After reading through them, Michikawa spoke up with a note of doubt. Kazekage-sama, are we really just letting that Shinno guy off the hook? Rasa let out a cold sneer. Of course not. Michikawa, I'm assigning him to you. Once you've extracted every drop of his worth, you can arrange a suitable place for him to rest. Michikawa nodded, clearly satisfied. He was indeed suited for this kind of task. Not only was he far more composed than Pakura, but when it came to strategy, he was no less capable than Rasa himself. Additionally, Rasa had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Umbu following several recent failures. What about those shinobi from Takumi village? Pakura asked. Rasa raised an eyebrow. What, are you interested in them? No. I was just asking casually. Rasa smiled. Since you asked, I'll leave them to you then. Pakura was caught off guard. It's not going to be something troublesome, is it? Not long ago, the large-scale development plan in Sunagakure had already left her utterly exhausted. Rasa hesitated briefly, and Pakura immediately realized it probably was something troublesome. She quickly tried to back out. If it's going to be a pain, then forget it. No, this is something that must be handled by you and Michikawa. Saramu and Baki aren't fit for this. But like with the development plan, you don't have to do it personally. Just assign the right subordinates to manage it. Both Pakura and Michikawa looked surprised at that. What exactly is it? Pakura asked with hesitation, while Michikawa leaned forward with genuine interest. After all, as a noble and an elder, Michikawa wasn't rushing for power anymore. What mattered more to him now were the long-term interests of his clan. It's like this. According to our agreed timeline, the River of Flowing Sand will be completed in half a month. Once that happens, a large number of merchants will begin arriving in Sunagakure by ship. Without someone to manage the situation, it could quickly descend into chaos. Michikawa, since your Sand clan has many literate members, I plan to establish a new department within the village, the Sunagakure River Affairs Administration Bureau. This bureau will have two main responsibilities. First, to manage the ships coming into port. Second, to regulate and set reasonable trade tariffs. We didn't build this waterway just so merchants could fill their pockets. Sunagakure must benefit from it too. With this system in place, the village's development funds will no longer be a problem. Michikawa's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Excellent! It should be done exactly that way. I'll begin preparations immediately and report back once everything is ready, Kazekage-sama. Good. Don't enforce the rules too harshly at the start. The goal is to attract as many merchants as we can to Sunagakure. Let's prioritize growth first. We can handle everything else once we've stabilized. Michikawa nodded knowingly, understanding Rasa's intentions. Don't worry, Kazekage-sama. I understand completely. Great. I'm also planning to set up another division, the Sunagakure River Construction Division. Its duties will be straightforward, shipbuilding. Now that we have a waterway, it won't do if Sunagakure doesn't have its own ships. Maritime transport is incredibly profitable. Pakura, I'm putting you in charge of this department. At the same time, I'll assign those shinobi from Takumi Village to assist you. Of course, shipbuilding is just the surface. The real value lies in the unique technology that Takumi Village's craftsmen possess. Here, take this document. It outlines their special methods for creating unique ninja tools. If we can harness this technology effectively, it will significantly enhance Sunagakure's overall power. Pakura wasn't naive. She could clearly see that this was a deliberate move on Rasa's part. It was a strategic decision to maintain balance between the factions within the village, ensuring both sides gain benefits and influence. I understand. I'll delegate the work accordingly. One final matter. It's been over a year since I became Kazekage, and you've both supported me loyally as my left and right hands. I believe it's time I rewarded that loyalty. It might just be a title, but I hope you won't consider it meaningless. Both Pakura and Michikawa looked startled as Rasa announced their new roles. Starting today, Pakura and Michikawa, you are officially appointed as elders of Sunagakure. Your status is now second only to me, and equal to Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo. From this point on, you'll have full authority to participate in all key administrative decisions in the village. For the first time, Michikawa lost his usual composure. In Sunagakure, the title of Elder was no ordinary honor, it was a symbol of true power. Before this, although both Pakura and Michikawa had represented their own factions, their positions within the village hierarchy were roughly equivalent to that of a typical clan leader. They had neither the authority nor the influence wielded by Elder Chiyo or Elder Ebizo, and there were many important matters within the village that had proceeded entirely without their input. But now, everything had changed. With their new appointments, they had been granted decision-making power over nearly all aspects of Sunagakure's administration, their authority second only to the Kazekage himself. Pakura was just as stunned as Michikawa. Yet once the initial excitement faded, her sharp instincts quickly sensed something beneath the surface. She couldn't shake the feeling that Rasa's promotion wasn't merely a reward for their loyalty and achievements, it was also a way for him to offload some of the more burdensome responsibilities that came with leadership. Of course, she didn't voice any of that. The future of Sunagakure is in our hands now. There was no need for further ceremony. Both nodded resolutely. All right. I'll have Baki make the public announcement today. From this moment forward, you are Elder Pakura and Elder Michikawa. But don't let village affairs make you neglect your training. You must have noticed the rising intensity of Senjutsu energy lately, haven't you? They had noticed. Both nodded once more. Seeing that, Rasa chose not to keep things hidden any longer. I've already infused the environment with the chakra of Shikaku and the Six Tails. From now on, the Senjutsu energy throughout the area will carry traces of their power. Of course, how far it benefits you will depend entirely on your own progress. Michikawa looked visibly surprised by this revelation, while Pakura's eyes flashed with excitement. So that's what's been happening. That's all from me. Focus on your training from now on. Peace never lasts forever. For the sake of Sunagakure's future, I can't be the only one growing stronger. Understood. We'll be on our way. Very well. After watching the two new elders depart, Rasa summoned Yashimaru and handed him a scroll containing Shinno's forbidden techniques. Take this and study it thoroughly. Once you've made a copy, pass it along to Elder Chiyo. Rasa didn't intend to oversee the matter himself. He had more urgent concerns on his mind. Soon, he would be leading the village. His destination, the one known as the Zero Tails. Chapter 227, The Zero Tails and Hanzo. According to the scroll Shinno had surrendered, the creature known as the Zero Tails was actually a life form composed entirely of dark chakra, discovered by Sky Village long ago. It had been given the name Void. Despite its ominous title, the Zero Tails held no connection whatsoever to the tailed beasts. When Sky Village first uncovered this entity, it had already been sealed away. At the time, the village had no plans to release such malevolent energy. However, everything changed during the last Great Ninja War. After Sky Village was destroyed by Konoha, the surviving shinobi, consumed by vengeance, infiltrated Konoha and stole a sealing technique used to control the tailed beasts. With it, they broke the seal on the Zero Tails and forcibly bent it to their will. But even after gaining control of the Zero Tails, Sky Village soon realized that its power alone was insufficient. It could not hope to stand against the combined might of the 5 great shinobi villages, let alone match the strength of the Nine Tails in their pursuit of vengeance against Konoha. So their ambitions shifted. They began eyeing the other tailed beasts. If the Zero Tails could consume the malicious chakra of other tailed beasts, perhaps its strength would multiply enough to pose a real threat. Sadly for them, they were crushed before their plan could ever begin. For Rasa, a monster like the Zero Tails was barely a threat. Moreover, he had already sent the covert tactical unit ahead of time to thoroughly scout and gather intelligence on Sky Village's secrets. And now, as Rasa absorbed the writhing, loach-like energy of the Zero Tails into his body, his focus unshaken, changes were quietly brewing far to the northeast, in Amigakure. Land of Rain, Amigakure. Ever since Yahiko and the others had returned from their visit to Sunigakure, tensions within the Akatsuki began to emerge, not from any external enemy, but from within their own ranks. Naively, Yahiko had shared everything that had happened in Sunigakure with his comrades, believing they would support his ideals. But soon after, something occurred that neither Yahiko nor his 2 companions had anticipated. He had assumed everyone would resonate with his dream, to reject war and pursue peace. But when he revealed that the Kazekage of Sunigakure had actually encouraged the Akatsuki to overthrow Amigakure's current leader, Hanzo the Salamander, and take over the village, their reaction shocked him. Rather than expressing concern or hesitation, the others had responded with barely restrained excitement. They immediately encouraged Yahiko to act, to overthrow Hanzo and take control of Amigakure for themselves. Yahiko couldn't understand it. Their eagerness unnerved him, filling him with a sense of estrangement. It was Daibutsu, his trusted friend, who finally spoke the hard truth. This is the reality of the world, Yahiko. Not everyone is like you. The beautiful future you envision might exist one day, but for most people, what they can gain now matters far more. And that was the heart of the matter. Yahiko's dream of peace, of a world free from conflict, was simply too far away for many of the Akatsuki members to see. In contrast, the idea of toppling Hanzo and ruling Amigakure offered immediate rewards. If they succeeded, they would no longer be nameless wanderers scraping by. They could become officials, respected leaders of a shinobi village, and finally be recognized for their contributions. They were tired of being invisible, of constantly living in the shadows, struggling just to eat, always fighting to survive. At that moment, Yahiko felt completely lost. He no longer knew what path to choose. What he didn't yet realize was that their plans, their rebellion, had already been discovered. Somewhere in the depths of Amigakure, news of the Akatsuki's intentions had begun to spread. Land of Rain, Amigakure. Since the end of the Second Great Ninja War a decade ago, Hanzo the Salamander, once hailed as a demigod among shinobi, had become a man hollowed out by paranoia and the relentless grip of power. After draining all of Amigakure's resources only to suffer defeat, the once revered legend had aged into a ruler consumed solely by his desire to hold onto control. Naturally, Hanzo was well aware of the Akatsuki's existence, but he had chosen not to act against them for 2 reasons. First, up until recently, the Akatsuki hadn't posed a significant threat to his authority. Second, their activities had actually been beneficial in some ways, helping him stabilize internal unrest and serving as a visible deterrent to the influence of the major hidden villages. But over the past month, things had shifted. The Akatsuki had begun to make Hanzo feel genuinely threatened. The reason was both obvious and dangerous. The Akatsuki had formed a working relationship with Sunigakure of the Land of Wind. Though the Akatsuki had carefully limited the partnership to mutual interests, refusing to formally pledge allegiance or accept any official alliance, the implications were clear. For Hanzo, this move was a warning sign. The Akatsuki was beginning to encroach upon the boundaries of his rule over Amigakure. It was at this critical moment that he received a message from Danzo of Konoha. In the letter, Danzo subtly but repeatedly emphasized how dangerous the Akatsuki had become. He offered assistance, and his root division could cooperate with Hanzo to eliminate the organization entirely. Hanzo, however, was no naive warlord. He had no illusions that Danzo's offer stemmed from any goodwill toward Amigakure. It was plainly an attempt to further his own agenda. As he sneered at the blatant manipulation and considered what hidden trap Danzo might be planning, a new piece of information arrived, this time from inside the Akatsuki itself. Despite being labeled a secret organization, the Akatsuki was far from impenetrable. Its members came from all walks of life, with different loyalties and motivations. Secrets were hard to keep in such an environment, especially secrets this significant. The information was explosive. Hanzo learned that it was none other than the Kazekage of Sunagakure who had personally suggested to Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki, that he overthrow Hanzo and take over Amigakure. Even more concerning was that many within the Akatsuki had responded with enthusiastic support for the idea. That was the final straw. Hanzo now understood he could no longer remain passive. He would join forces with Danzo of Konoha. Together, they would crush the Akatsuki before it could act. And the strategy they devised was disarmingly simple. Land of Rain, Amigakure. Within the dim, echoing cave that served as the Akatsuki's hidden base, tension hung thick in the air. Internal friction had been growing ever since Yahiko's return from Sunagakure. Just as that unrest threatened to boil over, the sudden arrival of a shinobi from Konohagakure's Umbu broke the atmosphere. Despite their caution, Yahiko and the others agreed to hear him out. A shinobi from Konoha, why are you here? The lead Umbu, face concealed behind his mask, stepped forward and respectfully presented a scroll with both hands. I've come under direct orders from the Hokage-sama to deliver a message to the members of the Akatsuki. The Hokage! The entire group reacted with visible surprise. They had a rather favorable impression of Konoha's fourth Hokage. Both he and Yahiko's group were students of Jiraiya, which created a unique bond between them, almost like siblings under the same master. Conan accepted the scroll carefully, scanning it in detail before handing it over to Yahiko. As Yahiko read through its contents, his expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment, prompting concerned glances from both Conan and Nagato. The Umbu, noticing their confusion, took the initiative to explain. You may have already heard that our fourth Hokage intends to convene a 5 Kage summit in hopes of putting a definitive end to the ongoing war in the shinobi world. But bringing all 5 Kage together is no simple task. Therefore, Hokage-sama hopes to use Amigakure's unique position to propose peace initiatives to the lands of Wind and Earth. Geographically, the Land of Rain lies at the crossroads of 3 great nations. Because of this, both the Wind and Earth countries are likely to take its proposals very seriously. For a moment, Yahiko was stirred by the idea. It resonated deeply with his ideals. But his instincts didn't dull, he remained cautious and clear-headed. This kind of matter should be brought to Hanzo the Salamander. He's still the recognized leader of Amigakure. But the Umbu, clearly expecting this response, answered smoothly. Naturally, we've already approached Hanzo-sama. However, the Akatsuki has grown into a power that can't be ignored. If your influence were combined with Hanzo's regime, it would lend unparalleled credibility to Amigakure's voice at the summit. Chapter 228, Malice Perception. Sky Village, just outside the Anchor Vantion base. Rasa stood high above the ruins, supported by a drifting cloud of fine gold dust. He had just finished absorbing the chakra of the Zero Tails. And how should he describe it? To be honest, the Zero Tails had turned out to be far weaker than expected. Its chakra reserves were underwhelming, not even enough to form a single chakra fruit, which left Rasa a little disappointed. Still, the effort hadn't been wasted. As a creature born from Dark Chakra, a living embodiment of the malice within human hearts, the Zero Tails left behind a unique gift. Upon absorbing it, Rasa unexpectedly acquired a rather curious ability, the power to perceive malice in others. It was a sensory enhancement unlike any other. Now, wherever he looked, he could instinctively detect the ill intent of those around him, even if they masked it well. Though not overpowering, this new perception was undoubtedly valuable. However, with the Zero Tails gone, the Anchor Fortress, once sustained by the Dark Chakra, lost the force that had kept it suspended in the air. The massive structure came crashing down, slamming into the ground below. Even so, Rasa had no intention of leaving it behind. Whether as a relic of Sky Village's peculiar engineering or a monument worth preserving, the fortress held significant value. Roughly an hour passed. The muffled sounds of battle still echoed from within the collapsed structure when 6 members of the covert tactical unit arrived before Rasa, having completed their mission to secure the area. Leading them were Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk. Kazekage-sama, the rebel elements within Sky Village have been eliminated. The remaining shinobi have expressed their willingness to join Sunigakure. We also discovered several imprisoned civilians whose energy had been drained. Those who wished to leave were released, and the rest have agreed to integrate into our village. Good work. You've done well. As Rasa spoke, he pulled a scroll from within his robes and tossed it toward the 2 squad leaders. They caught it in brief confusion, but as Rasa explained, their faces lit up with excitement. This is a reverse summoning seal developed by Onoka. You 2 will each take a pair of subordinates and head to Forgotten Island. Set up the seal exactly as instructed. While you're there, feel free to tame the summoning beasts you've had your eyes on. Sand Lizard and Sand Hawk could hardly contain their joy. It had been nearly 6 months since they'd last visited Forgotten Island. They had long dreamed of forming contracts with the beasts they had chosen, but without Rasa's approval, they hadn't dared act. Now, this sudden opportunity felt like a reward beyond expectation. Ha! Thank you, Kazekage-sama. Have the other 2 escort the civilians back to the village and place them under Baki's care. Understood, Kazekage-sama. As the 6 shinobi dispersed to carry out their orders, gold dust surged up from beneath Rasa's feet once more. In moments, it expanded into a massive, glowing cloud that cradled the fallen Anchor Vantion, fortress of the Empire. With practiced ease, Rasa lifted the entire structure into the air and began guiding it slowly back towards Sunigakure. In just over 2 days, Rasa arrived at Dragon Oasis, towing behind him the massive Anchor Vantion, its bulk so vast it cast a shadow over the sky. Fortunately, due to the vast, uninhabited terrain of the Land of Wind, he had avoided passing over any major settlements, sparing the population from confusion or panic. Ever since Saiken, the 6 Tails, agreed to Rasa's invitation and took up residence in Dragon Oasis, Rasa had divided the area into 5 distinct zones. His goal was to keep civilians at a safe distance and ensure the tailed beasts could live in peace without disturbance. At the heart of it all lay the central zone, spanning a radius of 3 kilometers. This was the core of Dragon Oasis. Surrounding it were the eastern, southern, western, and northern zones, each designated for specific purposes. The eastern zone had been transformed into a habitat for tailed beasts. Currently, Bunpuku, the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, and Saiken reside there. Following the incident where Shikako personally persuaded Saiken to stay, Rasa decided to thank the One-Tail in a meaningful way. He removed the seal that had kept Shikako forcibly restrained inside Bunpuku. Though Shikako still lived within Bunpuku's body, it was now free to move at will, a sign of genuine reconciliation and trust between host and beast. The northern zone served as the residential area for Chiyo, Ebizo, and Pakura. Meanwhile, Rasa had plans for the western zone, intending to develop it into Sunigakure's future trial grounds and a key point of access to the Forgotten Island. As for the southern zone, Rasa initially planned to build a lake to add some beauty and depth to the otherwise plain landscape. But with the sudden addition of the Anchor Vantion, the scenery would be anything but plain. The colossal structure now promised to become the southern zone's most striking landmark. The fortress's arrival didn't cause alarm, far from it. The golden cloud beneath it, unmistakably crafted from Rasa's gold dust, assured everyone it was under his control. But while no one panicked, the curiosity spreading through Dragon Oasis was palpable. What is this? As Rasa descended from the sky, Pakura and the others quickly gathered to question him. This is a mobile base constructed by Sky Village after they were destroyed by Konoha. Rasa explained. They called it the Anchor Vantion, the fortress of the Empire. I went out specifically to deal with it. Not bad, right? I plan to install it in the southern zone as a permanent feature, something of a scenic landmark. It's truly magnificent, Chio commented with rare admiration. Structurally, the Anchor Vantion was indeed vast. But compared to the sheer scale of Dragon Oasis, it was relatively compact, spanning only 400 to 500 meters in diameter. Come with me. Without wasting any time, Rasa directed the fortress toward the southern zone. Those gathered stepped onto the golden cloud he had created, following closely behind him without hesitation. And then? Earth-style, artificial lake creation technique. With Rasa's current mastery of Earth-style, there was no need for blueprints, diagrams, or preparation. He simply willed the landscape into form. As the ground caved in beneath them, a vast crater took shape, spanning nearly 3 kilometers in diameter and plunging 7 to 8 meters deep at its center. It formed instantly, a result of Rasa's precise Earth-style control. Without pause, he guided the massive Anchor Vantion into position, angling it towards Sunagakure for visibility and strategic alignment. Next, with another gesture, he compressed the loose sand around the crater, shaping it into massive slabs of stone that resembled a paved plaza. At the same time, countless trees sprouted from the surrounding land, rapidly forming a natural barrier around the lake and the fortress. In only a few moments, thanks to his command of sage energy, Rasa had transformed the barren zone into a lush, balanced, artificial ecosystem, both beautiful and practical. All that remained was to fill the lake. Water-style, waterfall basin technique. With a surge of chakra, Rasa summoned a cascade of fresh water that poured into the artificial basin, quickly filling it. Though groundwater existed beneath the surface, he had intentionally avoided tapping into it, not wanting to disturb the water table that still supplied Sunagakure, many kilometers away. The Ryusha River's seawater had only been a temporary solution to enable maritime trade. Once affairs in the Land of Rain were settled, the plan was to divert a clean river from that region into the Ryusha, thereby replacing the saltwater with drinkable freshwater for long-term use. As the transformation unfolded before their eyes, those standing near Rasa could only watch in awe, struck speechless by his staggering control over earth, water, and nature itself. It was nothing short of godlike. By the way, Rasa said, his tone casual despite the marvel he'd just created, when you have free time, feel free to explore the interior. The Anchor Vantion still contains much of Sky Village's remaining technology, including a chakra energy cannon. With enough chakra, it can destroy an entire mountain in one shot. Everyone's expressions shifted from wonder to alarm. And that's exactly why I didn't place it inside the village. Now it made perfect sense. A weapon of that magnitude was too dangerous. If such technology ever fell into the hands of another hidden village, it could tip the balance of power in devastating ways. Elder Pakura, placing full authority over this location in your hands. From now on, no one aside from those present here may enter without your direct approval. Pakura gave a firm nod, her expression serious. She understood exactly what this responsibility meant. This wasn't just about guarding a fortress, it was about guarding the future of Sunagakure. It was Michikawa who noticed the subtle implication behind Rasa's words. Kazekage-sama, does that mean in the future, others from the village might also be allowed to come here? Chapter 229, The Sage Seal. Rasa could see right through the meaning behind Michikawa's question. It wasn't hard to guess since Rasa was also about to become a father. With the current rate at which Dragon Oasis is expanding, it'll probably only take a year or two before it becomes visible to people in the village. So there's no need to keep it a secret anymore. That said, Rasa paused, his tone shifting slightly. To be honest, this place is still too far from Sunagakure. If you're thinking of sending Kunmi here just for training, it wouldn't be practical. Let him stay in the village. Apart from the methods developed by the shinobi sect, there's still no viable technique that allows ordinary people to harness senjutsu energy. And I won't have the time to develop one in the near future. Michikawa gave a faint nod, a touch of disappointment flashing across his face, though he understood the reasoning. Just then, Chiyo suddenly let out a mysterious chuckle and raised a surprising question. But what if this old lady figured out a way for ordinary children to train in senjutsu energy? The entire room went still. Dragon Oasis, inside a 3-story pavilion. In Chiyo-sama's laboratory. Everyone had gathered around a reinforced cage that held several white mice. Even with a casual glance, they could all clearly feel it. Senjutsu energy was flowing inside the bodies of 3 of the mice. "What is this?" Pakura asked, startled by what she was sensing. Only Rasa, eyes narrowing with precision, recognized the mechanism at work. "A cursed seal." "Exactly," Chiyo confirmed with a pleased nod. "Ever since you asked me to come up with a method that would let ordinary people use senjutsu energy, I've been working on it non-stop. The breathing technique you gave me, though, it stumped this old woman. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. But thankfully, the cursed seal technique you provided last time sparked a new idea. I noticed that it worked in a way quite similar to how you share senjutsu energy through the shinobi sect's network. That gave me a thought. What if I could implant senjutsu energy directly into the bodies of ordinary shinobi using a seal? Then, through a gradual training process, they might be able to adapt to the energy and eventually sense and manipulate it on their own." Rasa's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't even considered such a method. But it wasn't easy at first. "You were able to let us use senjutsu energy because our bodies and chakra were already developed enough to handle the active transformation it triggers. Not to mention, you could finally control the amount of senjutsu energy we received." Chiyo turned to the others, her voice turning more serious. "Ordinary shinobi don't have that kind of control or resilience. I tried testing it on these white mice, but in the beginning, their bodies couldn't adapt at all. Some collapsed from chakra overload, others mutated horribly from the energy imbalance. But these mice look perfectly fine," Pakura pointed out, her voice tinged with surprise. Chiyo smiled. "That's thanks to the medical scrolls Yashimaru delivered not long ago. The outside world really is full of strange wonders. I always thought Tsunadeheim was the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, but I never expected that man Shinno to be even more formidable. His dark medical arts are terrifyingly effective. One of his techniques actually prevents the cellular breakdown caused by chakra rejection. Using that, I stabilized the seal's effects on the mice." Rasa, though composed, felt genuine admiration stirring within him. Chiyo had managed to find a possible path he hadn't even dared explore, and it was already showing results. At that moment, Rasa was genuinely astonished. The development in front of him had exceeded even his boldest expectations. "So, have you succeeded?" "You could say that," Chiyo replied, her eyes gleaming with cautious pride. "By merging the cursed seal with some of the techniques derived from dark medical ninjutsu, I created what you see here, a new seal I call the Sage Seal. For now, though, I've only tested it on animals. As for humans..." "I understand." Rasa gave a short nod, then paused before asking directly. "Chiyo-sama, how confident are you in applying it to a human?" Chiyo's expression turned serious. She fell into brief thought before answering. "I'm fairly confident. But as you know, Kazekage-sama, there's no such thing as absolute certainty. Especially with something like this, any misstep could be catastrophic." Rasa had considered a riskier route earlier. He'd thought about using children from the academy with weaker aptitude as test subjects, reasoning that failure would pose less of a threat to the village's future. But even as the thought had surfaced, it struck him as reckless and crude. He dismissed it outright. "From now on, I'll assign Baki's Umbu to assist you in secret. Everything must proceed with safety and stability as our highest priorities. I don't need the Sage Seal to turn our shinobi into monsters. It's enough if it can raise their base strength, even modestly. I understand, Kazekage-sama. Chiyo responded with a respectful nod. Also, there's one more thing. I've developed a taijutsu system that's specifically designed to complement the Sage Seal. It's a framework that can't be tested on animals, though. I recall you once mentioned that aside from Saramu's daughter, there were 3 other children in the academy who could naturally sense senjutsu energy. I'd like you to entrust those 3 to me. Chiyo's words sparked a memory in Rasa. No problem. I'll notify Baki and have him bring those 3 children to you directly. With that matter settled, Rasa turned to Pakura, his expression darkening slightly as he recalled troubling news. I hear those 3 brats from Akatsuki are actually considering cooperating with Hanzo of Amigakure? Konoha. The idea of forming a cooperative alliance between Amigakure and the Akatsuki had, in fact, originated from Minato Namikaze himself. Ever since Shikaku Nara had returned from Sunagakure to deliver his report, Minato had come to a crucial realization: Rasa wasn't refusing to attend the 5 Kage summit out of apathy. On the contrary, he was waiting for the right justification. If that weren't the case, he would never have deliberately leaked the information that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was still alive. Seeing an opportunity, Minato reached out to Iwagakure immediately. To his surprise, Inoki responded with notable goodwill, stating that he was willing to buy back the Four-Tails Jinchuriki at the same price their village had once paid to Hashirama Senju. It was a gesture that hinted at Iwagakure's openness to peace, but for Minato, it still wasn't enough. Around that time, an intelligence report landed on his desk, and there were signs of unrest within Amigakure. The Akatsuki, the enigmatic organization that had rapidly risen to prominence during the war, appeared to be experiencing internal friction. As soon as he read it, Minato's sharp mind began calculating all the potential uses for this information. Among the 5 great villages, it was already an open secret that the Akatsuki had developed some form of connection with Sunagakure. Their recent public visit to the village had only solidified those suspicions. Minato began formulating a plan. After consulting with his former mentor Jiraiya, who had once trained the 3 founding members of the Akatsuki, Minato drafted a personal letter to the group. His strategy was simple but precise: foster a cooperative relationship between Amigakure and the Akatsuki, then leverage their existing ties to Sunagakure to persuade Rasa to attend the 5 Kage summit. However, what Minato didn't realize was that the intelligence he'd received about the Akatsuki's internal strife had been no accident. It had been carefully placed before him by none other than Danzo Shimura. As the newly appointed Hokage, Minato had not yet solidified his authority over the Umbu Black Ops. There were still layers within the village that operated independently of his will. In fact, even the scroll he had personally written and sent to Yahiko and his comrades had been intercepted and reviewed by Danzo before it ever left Konoha. From the shadows, Danzo observed everything with quiet disdain. Minato. I'll let reality prove that you were never fit to be Hokage. This 5 Kage summit will be the stage for your downfall. Chapter 230, Kumogakure and Iwagakure's moves. Amigakure, Land of Rain. This place held a unique and complex status in the shinobi world. After all, over a decade ago, it had dared to stand alone against the entire shinobi system. Especially under the leadership of Hanzo of the Salamander, a man once revered as a demigod among shinobi. The current legendary 3 of Konoha had earned their title only after barely surviving a fierce encounter with him. Even now, Hanzo's name retained enough influence to stir unease throughout the shinobi world. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. When the Third Raikage received the latest intelligence report from Konoha, he gave a low, impressed whistle. Who would have thought that brat from Konoha actually managed to move that old monster? Akatsuki, they've been pretty active lately, haven't they? His advisor Darui responded promptly. Yes, Raikage-sama. They've developed close ties with Sunagakure. It was Akatsuki who disrupted Inoki's operation in the Land of Rain. While their overall strength isn't overwhelming, they're certainly irritating enough. Their leader even visited the Kazekage in person recently. Ha, that brat Minato Namikaze really knows how to manipulate power. Dare we go and make the necessary preparations? Looks like the 5 Kage Summit will be held in Amigakure after all. Since the 5 Kage Summit required a neutral venue to ensure impartiality and safety, it couldn't be hosted in any of the 5 great shinobi villages. At the moment, Amigakure appeared to be the most fitting choice. Understood. Darui gave a serious nod and turned to begin the arrangements. Standing nearby, the future Fourth Kazekage looked reluctant and voiced his concern. Father, are we really going to attend this summit? We sacrificed so much trying to invade Konoha, and now it feels like all of that was for nothing. Idiot! The Third Kazekage's voice roared with anger. Use your damn brain. Do you really think war is just about life and death? War is about profit. If it serves Kumogakure's interests, then there's no such thing as unacceptable outcomes. But I don't see what we gain from this 5 Kage Summit. The Third Kazekage glared at his son in disappointment, wondering how he had raised such a fool. He had even been considering stepping down and passing the mantle of Kazekage to him. Let me ask you this, who is the most desperate participant in this summit? Obviously Inoki. Iwagakure is practically in lockdown right now, terrified of retaliation from Sunagakure. And with both of their Jinchuriki lost, I heard Inoki has been begging the daimyo for emergency funds just to ransom back the Four Tails. And besides Iwagakure? The future Fourth Kazekage paused to think. Probably Kirigakure. They were already weakened, and now they're dealing with internal strife and the loss of the Six Tails as well. Not completely brain dead, then. And after that? Finally catching on to his father's logic, the Fourth Kazekage replied with growing clarity. Next would be Sunagakure, Konoha, and our own Kumogakure. Whether we like it or not, as long as that Fourth Kazekage remains active, Sunagakure is clearly the dominant force at this summit. Then come Konoha and us. Exactly. Satisfied now, the Third Kazekage began outlining his strategy. Between us and Konoha, Konoha is technically the summit's host. And they took heavy losses in the war. Kumogakure, while not unscathed, still has its Jinchuriki and maintains solid fighting power. Most importantly, and this is the critical part, unlike the direct conflicts among Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, our village and Sunagakure have had the least friction. The Fourth Kazekage's eyes lit up as realization dawned. Father, that means in this 5 Kage Summit, Sunagakure and Kumogakure stand as the strongest. Konoha is stuck in the middle. Iwagakure and Kiri are the weakest links. Exactly. What we couldn't win with brute force, we'll claim through diplomacy. Without further hesitation, the Third Kazekage issued a firm order. This time, you'll come as my escort to the 5 Kage Summit. The future Fourth Kazekage's expression twisted with discomfort. He wanted to decline. After all, shinobi like Minato Namikaze and Shikaku Nara, his peers, had already ascended to the position of Kage and advisor. If he attended merely as an escort, wouldn't that be the same as lowering himself before them? But in the face of his father's command, he dared not argue. Understood. Good. Now go get ready. Iwagakure. Since the disastrous assault on Sunagakure and the capture of 2 of their Jinchuriki, the village had plunged into a state of mounting tension. Under Inoki's orders, all shinobi were recalled immediately, and the entire village was placed on high alert. To outsiders, it seemed shameful for a Kage to show such fear, especially in front of a younger man. But Inoki knew he had no choice. He hadn't witnessed the battle personally, yet the reports from the front lines shook him. The descriptions brought back memories of a fear he hadn't felt in decades, the same dread once invoked by 2 titans of the past, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Those 2 had once dominated the entire shinobi world through overwhelming power alone. Inoki couldn't be sure just how powerful the current Fourth Kazekage had become, but the fact that he had subdued 2 Jinchuriki and 3 rampaging tailed beasts with apparent ease was proof enough. This Kazekage had already stepped beyond the realm of ordinary Kage. Even Inoki wasn't confident he could defeat him in battle. And it wasn't just Inoki. The shinobi who had returned from the battlefield, having seen the fight with their own eyes, were carrying back something more dangerous than wounds, a spreading fear of Sunagakure. How are you feeling now? Inside the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki stared at his son, Kuratsuchi's father, Kitsuchi, also known in some versions as Gantetsu. During the chaos caused by the rampaging tailed beasts in Sunagakure, Kitsuchi had narrowly escaped with his life. Still, the final tailed beast bomb had struck him hard, leaving him bedridden for over 2 weeks. He had only just made a full recovery. "I've recovered, father." Kitsuchi had much he wanted to say, but the weight in his father's gaze left him unsure how to begin. Inoki understood the hesitation and got straight to the point. "Since you're well again, you'll accompany me to the 5 Kage summit. Things look grim for us this time, but no matter what, we must retrieve Rashi. And keep an eye on Kirigakure, we'll recover some of our losses through them." Kitsuchi gave a solemn nod, his face steady. "Understood, father. I'll go get ready now." As he turned and exited the room, Inoki gazed out over the village and exhaled deeply. Iwagakure had faced existential threats before, but in those times, the first and second Tsuchikage had been alive to shoulder the burden. Now. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. "As the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, are you really going to act this week?" Inoki's eyes narrowed instantly. He leapt back in a flash, forming dust release in his hands. "Who's there?" Standing before him was a short, sinister-looking man, nearly matching Inoki in height, his expression twisted into a sly smile. "No need for alarm, Tsuchikage Dano. I'm not your enemy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Victor, and I am the leader of the Land of Valleys. I've come to propose an alliance. So, tell me, Tsuchikage Dano, are you really going to let that brat from Sunagakure force you into a corner?" Chapter 231, Good and Evil. Land of Rain. The rain poured down endlessly, a curtain of cold needles drenching the earth. Although the weather was miserable, Yahiko, leader of the Akatsuki, was in an unusually good mood. For the first time in the history of the shinobi world, true peace seemed to be forming, faint but tangible, thanks to his efforts. After confirming that the letter from the Konoha Umbu was legitimate and truly from that senior he had never personally met, Yahiko led the Akatsuki to make their first official contact with Amigakure, mediated by Konoha Umbu. The results were more than promising. Yahiko, who had once admired Hanzo of the Salamander, was surprised and pleased to find that Hanzo genuinely expressed a desire for peace. He agreed to certain conditions for reconciliation and was even willing to grant Akatsuki official status within the Land of Rain so both sides could work together for peace and Amigakure. This 5 Kage summit had become a collaborative effort, a unified attempt by former enemies to create a peaceful path forward. Everything seemed to be on track until a letter arrived that shattered the calm like a stone breaking glass. Inside a dark cave at the Akatsuki's base, Yahiko stood frozen as he read the handwritten letter from the Fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. His expression went blank. He had been expecting a meaningful reply. Just recently, he had written a heartfelt letter of his own and sent it to Sunagakure through an Akatsuki shinobi. In it, he had poured out his ideals, sharing his dream of a peaceful shinobi world and his sincere hope to end the wars. He had believed Rasa would understand. After all, they had met only twice, but Yahiko had sensed that Rasa, too, disliked war. What he received instead were just 2 words scrawled across the page in the Kazekage's own hand, good and evil. The message stunned the Akatsuki leadership. What does this mean? Confused glances were exchanged around the room. Everyone knew the words, of course, but this was not the kind of response they had anticipated. What was Rasa trying to say? Conan, more thoughtful than the others, was the first to speak. Could it be that Rasa-san is trying to warn us about something? Why would he? All eyes turned to her. Among the 3 Akatsuki leaders, Yahiko's idealism often clouded his judgment, Nagato tended to remain quiet and withdrawn, and only Conan, wise beyond her years, approached things with caution and analysis. Conan hesitated. It was only a feeling, a vague intuition. She remembered something someone had said during their last meeting with Rasa, not directly but implied, that Yahiko's flaw was his naivety. But she couldn't bring herself to say that aloud. As she thought back on recent events, a realization struck her. Maybe Rasa-san is warning us that Amigakura's intentions in accepting us might not be so pure. Her words snapped everyone out of their thoughts. It made sense. As contact between the Akatsuki and Amigakura had deepened, Hanzo of the Salamander had gone so far as to express his willingness to merge the Akatsuki into the village's structure. He had even extended a personal invitation to Yahiko, asking him to come to Amigakura as its leader. It was a dangerous proposition, yet Yahiko had agreed. "Conan, I know you're worried. But this is a rare opportunity. A real chance to pursue peace. But don't worry. I'm not being reckless. I'll go with Nagato. If Amigakura tries anything, he'll make sure we get out safely." Conan's heart settled somewhat. She had lived beside Nagato since childhood. Only she knew how terrifying the power sealed within his eyes truly was. "What about Rasa-san?" "I'll write another letter to him," Yahiko replied calmly. "Okay." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the agreed meeting between Yahiko and Hanzo of the Salamander had arrived. "Don't worry." After once again comforting the anxious Conan, Yahiko turned to glance at Kyusuke and Daibutsu standing silently behind her. "I'll leave things here to you two." With that, Yahiko and Nagato led a unit from the Akatsuki, their cloaked figures quickly swallowed by the endless downpour. Time crept forward, each minute stretching longer than the last. Inside the dim, stone cave, the candlelight trembled against the damp walls, its flicker casting shadows across Conan's uneasy face. Her expression was calm on the surface, but the worry in her eyes betrayed her heart. Kyusuke, who had long harbored silent feelings for her, recognized the expression immediately. He knew then and there that no matter what he did, he could never reach her heart. Even so, seeing her like this was unbearable. Taking a step forward, he tried to offer comfort. "Don't worry, Conan. Yahiko and the others will be fine. With Yahiko's strength and the others combined, even if they've walked into an ambush, they'll definitely find a way out." His voice was steady, and his reasoning sound. Yet the tight line on Conan's lips didn't ease. The memory of Rasa's reply, those two unsettling words, and his subtle judgment of Yahiko, all lingered in her mind like a warning she had failed to understand in time. Seeing that she remained tense, Kyusuke turned to Daibutsu, who stood nearby. "Don't you think so, Daibutsu?" But at that moment, something unexplainable stirred within Daibutsu. A chill snaked up his spine, and unease crept into his thoughts, heavy and suffocating. A bolt of lightning suddenly tore across the sky, flooding the cave with blinding white for a split second. In the flash, a figure stumbled toward them through the curtain of rain, soaked in blood and draped in the familiar black cloak of the Akatsuki. "Something's wrong. We were ambushed by Hanzo and Konoha-kura's Umbu. The leader, they've been trapped." Conan's entire body froze. All color drained from her face. If it had only been Amigakura, she might have been able to remain composed, but now, Konoha-kura's Umbu? Her heart pounded violently as questions tore through her mind. So this entire trap had been orchestrated by Konoha-kura? But the Hokage was their sensei's student. Their sensei still lived in the village, didn't he? Why? The thoughts collided chaotically, but when her eyes fell on the blood-soaked shinobi in front of her, she couldn't deny the truth any longer. It wasn't just a betrayal, it was a calculated act from someone who had known them well. Daibutsu was the first to act. "Conan, stay here and prepare to support. I'm taking a squad to back up the leader." "I'm going too!" Without hesitation, Kyusuke joined him. Together, they gathered the remaining Akatsuki members and disappeared into the pounding rain. Conan stood alone at the cave's entrance, staring after them as the storm swallowed their silhouettes. Her mind was racing. She was about to question what exactly had happened on the front lines when her gaze landed again on the wounded shinobi. A sudden flash of lightning revealed his face clearly. There was no desperation. No panic. Only a twisted grin, dark and triumphant. In that chilling moment, something buried in her memory surged to the surface. Her blood ran cold. She stepped back instinctively, heart pounding in alarm, but it was already too late. A sharp, searing pain ripped through her back. What? Conan turned around in shock, her vision spinning, and saw the faces of those she had trusted, comrades she had fought beside. Each one twisted into a monstrous smile. In that instant, everything became clear. The true meaning behind Rasa's message had never been about the world outside. The real danger had already seeped inside. The Akatsuki had been infiltrated to its core. Conan no longer knew who in this world could still be called good, and who was truly evil. Chapter 232, The Birth of Pain. Land of Rain. Torrents of rain poured relentlessly from the skies. On a long stone bridge arching over a vast lake 60 kilometers outside Amigakure, Yahiko's group met with Hanzo of the Salamander. Water streamed down their faces as the young leader of the Akatsuki and Amigakure's most feared shinobi regarded each other, the giant salamander looming silently behind Hanzo. Such remarkable youngsters. Hanzo's voice, muffled slightly by his mask, carried a trace of genuine admiration. The youth of the Akatsuki members clearly surprised him. Then, without warning, he extended his hand. Yahiko blinked in confusion before slowly reaching out to meet it. Their palms touched, and when nothing unexpected occurred, the Akatsuki members watching nearby relaxed slightly. Yahiko released a quiet breath. "It is an honor to meet you, Hanzo-sama." If they were to perform, they had to see the act through to the end. Hanzo's next words, however, carried no trace of warmth. "Brat, you should already understand my intention. What will you choose?" Though Yahiko often appeared naive, he remained steady whenever others' safety was involved. "If the Akatsuki can help bring peace to this world, we will not shirk our duty. Then I can spare myself a lengthy speech. Standing here in the rain is foolish. Let us talk over there." "Very well." Inside a remote village in the Land of Rain, time passed as the two sides sat together and discussed the details of their proposed cooperation. Throughout the conversation, Hanzo watched Yahiko closely. He saw the boy's sincere heart and pure hope for peace, and for a fleeting moment, he saw his own younger self reflected in those eyes. A sudden pang of regret stabbed at him. If only things had been different. If only this boy could truly join Amigakure and be trained under his guidance, perhaps he could lead the village toward a new future. But it was too late for that now. One last question. "I've heard you're quite familiar with the Kazekage of Sunagakure." Yahiko looked confused but answered with honesty. "No, I've only met Rasa-sensei by chance a few times. We can't be considered close." A cold glint passed through Hanzo's eyes. "That's not important. Are you confident you can persuade him? The current Kazekage is formidable. Convincing him to attend the 5 Kage summit won't be easy." Yahiko had no real certainty. All he could offer was a quiet reply. "I will do my best." "I understand. Then our discussion ends here for today. Once you have news, contact me again." "Yes. We'll take our leave, Hanzo-sama." As Yahiko and his group disappeared into the rain, Hanzo stood still, watching them vanish. His expression grew increasingly conflicted. "What a pity. Are the preparations complete?" "Rest assured, Hanzo-sama. We've set up an ambush along their return route. The kunoichi named Conan is already in our custody, and the Konoha shinobi have eliminated all Akatsuki members sent as backup." It was at this point that Hanzo fully understood why Danzo had suddenly become involved with the Land of Rain. It wasn't just to damage the reputation of the new Hokage or to sabotage the 5 Kage summit. Danzo also sought revenge on the Kazekage. But Hanzo no longer cared. Things had progressed far beyond the point of no return. Begin the operation. On the road back to the Akatsuki base, a rare atmosphere of relief settled over the group. Smiles appeared on faces that had been tight with tension. Before this meeting, they had all felt uneasy, especially after Rasa-sensei's cryptic warning. But everything had gone far smoother than expected. The once legendary demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, had been surprisingly cooperative. No wonder I admired him when I was younger. Yahiko turned toward Nagato with a hopeful smile. Nagato, the peace we've been striving for so long, we're finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Seeing Yahiko so full of joy, the usually reserved Nagato allowed a faint smile to form on his lips as well. Behind them, the rest of the Akatsuki exhaled almost in unison, letting go of the tension they carried since their journey began. Once we return, I'll personally go to Sunagakure. I'll do whatever it takes to persuade Rasa-san. But just then, a wave of intense unease surged through Yahiko. His gaze caught the faint flicker of a spark on the ground. Yahiko's pupils contracted in alarm as he shouted, "Watch out!" His warning came just in time, but it was already too late. The calmness of the meeting, the illusion of progress, had lulled the Akatsuki into a dangerous sense of security. Boom! 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 Explosions ripped through the valley without mercy. The thunderous blasts echoed off the mountains, sending fire and earth skyward. Thick smoke engulfed the terrain, clouding vision and spreading panic. But even as the detonations ended, the assault did not. A downpour of kunai followed, whistling through the air like a rain of steel, falling fast and fatal. When the smoke finally cleared, Yahiko, shielded by Nagato's body, took in the horror around them. What is happening? The companions who had journeyed by their side now lay scattered across the ground, their bodies torn and shredded by steel. Limbs missing. Blood was soaking into the dirt. Eyes wide open, unblinking, staring into nothingness, as if even in death they couldn't accept what had happened. Nagato, who had protected Yahiko with his own body, now stood trembling. The Rinnegan in his eyes, those divine ripple-patterned eyes, quivered as he stared at the devastation, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Footsteps echoed across the valley floor. Yahiko turned, his heart racing, and saw the figures closing in from all directions. Dozens of shinobi encircled them, weapons ready. And at the center, leading them, stood a face they had just recently come to trust, Hanzo of the Salamander. What? Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief. His breath caught. Emotions surged within him, shock, fury, grief. They had spoken of peace. They had come to cooperate. Why this sudden betrayal? Was everything they said a lie? So this had been the plan from the start? Hanzo stepped forward, his eyes cold beneath the mask as he spoke. Why? If you want a reason, there's only one. The Land of Rain has no need for the Akatsuki. To me, your existence is a nuisance. The truth struck like another explosion. Everyone understood now. There had never been a genuine offer of peace. So all that talk just now, it was all fake? For the sake of Amagakure's peace. Of course it was fake. It was all a play to make you let down your guard. Brat, you're too naive. Do you really think someone like you could change this world soaked in hatred? Don't be ridiculous. To the 5 great nations, the Land of Rain is just a tool. Something they remember when they need it and forget when they don't. Even if the 5 Kage summit happens, nothing will change. Yahiko bit down on his lip so hard it bled. His fists trembled. The peace they had yearned for, waited for, believed in, it had been right in front of them. Now, in an instant, it was slipping through his fingers like water in the rain. But there was no time to mourn. His expression changed the moment he saw her. Amagakure's shinobi dragged someone forward, forcing her to her knees. It was Konan. The person he cherished most. Her wrists bound, her hair soaked, her face streaked with water and blood. Yahiko, run! Don't worry about me. Hanzo and Konoha are working together. Kyusuke, Daibutsu, and everyone else. Her voice cracked as tears blended with the rain falling from the heavens. Yahiko's eyes shrank again. His face turned pale, his heart freezing in his chest. The words echoed in his ears like thunder. But Hanzo offered no time for farewell. A kunai stabbed into the ground between them. That red-haired one, use him to kill Yahiko. Then I'll let this woman go, and maybe you too. Chapter 233, Akatsuki's Rebirth. Boom! As if guided by destiny itself, Yahiko lunged toward the kunai in Nagato's hand and ended his own life. That moment of agony broke something open within Nagato. Though his legs had been shredded by explosive tags and buried in shrapnel, the overwhelming pain awakened the true power of the Rinnegan for the very first time. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. What is that? In that instant, Hanzo of the salamander finally recognized the eyes staring back at him. I see now, you're no ordinary brat. Those eyes are the legendary Rinnegan? Neither Amagekyu's shinobi nor Konoha Umbu could withstand the force that followed. Under the crushing weight of Nagato's power, they were erased, every last one. Only Hanzo managed to escape, vanishing into the rain with the body flicker technique. As the demonic statue faded and the battlefield fell silent once more, the endless rain returned to being the only sound in the world. Nagato, his chakra almost entirely consumed, dropped to one knee. Next to him, Konan stood frozen in grief, her gaze locked on the unmoving body of Yahiko. Why did it end up like this? Moments ago, the three of them had stood side by side, sharing the same dream. Now that vision had been shattered. As she looked at the madness in Nagato's eyes and the lifeless weight of Yahiko in his arms, Konan could feel nothing but despair. Time seemed to freeze. The only sound was Nagato's ragged breathing, echoing against the stone and rain. Until, through the haze of water, a new sound slowly emerged. Plap, plap, plap. Startled, Nagato and Konan turned with dread toward the approaching footsteps, expecting another wave of enemies. But the figure that emerged from the downpour was someone they never imagined. Rasa-san. Indeed, the one walking calmly through the storm was none other than Rasa. His eyes swept across the scene before him, falling on the corpse of Yahiko, then rising to meet their stunned faces. He let out a soft, weary sigh. Do you understand now what those two words meant? Nagato and Konan stood speechless. They understood. But what good was it now? Yahiko was dead. The meaning had arrived too late. Rasa stepped forward and halted beside Konan, lowering his gaze to Yahiko's body. His eyes narrowed with something unreadable. In the shinobi world, overwhelming offense often exceeded defense. Still, being killed outright by a single kunai was rare. Especially for someone considered a leader. This only proved how ordinary Yahiko's body truly was. If it had been Nagato in his place, even dozens of stabs wouldn't have been fatal. Like now, his body torn by the demonic statue, yet still he endured, still breathing. Letting Yahiko die here would be wasteful. Especially now. After this death, without that naive idealism holding him back, he might become something much more powerful. Rasa didn't hesitate. He pressed both palms against Yahiko's chest. Forbidden Jutsu, life for life resurrection. Nagato and Konan, who had stood beside him with empty, numb expressions, suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. They stared, unmoving, as a soft green light radiated from beneath Rasa's hands. None of them dared to interrupt. They could only watch in anxious silence, hope battling with fear. Cough, cough, cough. No one could say how much time passed before Yahiko, once lifeless, suddenly began coughing violently. The cold raindrops struck his skin, pulling him back into reality. Slowly, he opened his eyes and stared in disbelief. Konan. Nagato. Yahiko. Before he could understand what had happened, Konan and Nagato had already wrapped their arms around him. Konan's tears burst forth, flowing freely and without restraint. But this time, they were tears of overwhelming joy. Yahiko blinked, still dazed. Slowly, the realization began to sink in. Konan, what's going on? Didn't I didn't I die?" At that moment, a voice spoke, carrying an answer to all his questions. "After everything that happened today, the three of you should finally be ready to grow up. From this moment on, the old Akatsuki and its former leader, Yahiko, are dead. What the new Akatsuki will become, that depends on your choices." 3 days passed quietly. Land of Fire, Konoha. The village basked in peace, its people moving about calmly under the sky. With preparations for the 5 Kage summit proceeding smoothly, the reputation of the newly appointed Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was climbing higher with each passing day. And now, with the return of one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, his popularity had reached an all-time high. On the rooftop of the Hokage residence, Tsunade gazed at the village, its streets familiar yet touched by change, and sighed. "Looks like you're doing pretty well as the new Hokage, Minato." Wearing the white cloak that marked his new position, Minato offered a humble smile. "No, Tsunade-san, I wouldn't have managed it alone. I owe everything to Hiruzen-sensei, my teacher, and everyone's support." Tsunade cast a sharp glance toward Hiruzen and Jiraiya, who stood quietly beside him. "Humph. It's already impressive they didn't drag you down." After all, even uniting the Uchiha clan was something Hiruzen had never accomplished. That alone said much about Minato's capability. "And you're Hokage now, no need to use honorifics with me." Minato looked briefly uncomfortable. Despite her words, he couldn't bring himself to drop the honorific. It was Hiruzen who shifted the topic. "Tsunade, now that you've returned, help Minato properly. I'm getting old. The village's future will depend on all of you." After a year away from the village, Tsunade's resentment had mostly cooled. Though she hadn't forgiven Hiruzen, she no longer had the same urge to confront him. Instead, she asked bluntly, "Orochimaru, where is he?" Jiraiya frowned slightly before replying. "Orochimaru's been busy with some new research lately. I haven't seen him in a while," he added, his voice carrying a hint of reassurance. "But he does support Minato becoming Hokage." Tsunade raised her eyebrows in surprise. Hiruzen nodded in confirmation. In truth, when Minato was chosen as the fourth, Hiruzen had feared his old student would be bitter for being passed over. But to his astonishment, Orochimaru had shown no objection. It was as if he had completely let go of any ambition for the title and buried himself wholly in his experiments. Seeing this, Tsunade realized Jiraiya wasn't trying to gloss things over. Her heart relaxed slightly. One of her greatest fears had been that, like the fallout between the old man and Danzo, another bond would be destroyed by a rivalry for the Hokage seat. With that worry lifted, her tone shifted as she brought up something else. "Minato, how's the 5 Kage summit going? I may have been gone, but I've heard a lot about that Kazekage. Who would have thought Grandpa's release would end up in Tsunade's hands? Damn that bastard Danzo." Hiruzen's expression tightened with discomfort. Minato quickly stepped forward, diffusing the tension without trying to defend Danzo. "So far, things are going well. With help from Amigakure and the Akatsuki, there's a good chance we'll be able to convince the Kazekage." That reminded Tsunade of something. "Jiraiya, I heard the Akatsuki leader is one of those 3 brats we met back in Amigakure?" "Yeah. Who would have thought those 3 kids would grow up this much?" Jiraiya's voice carried both warmth and nostalgia. "Honestly, maybe this summit will give us a chance to meet them again. I'd miss them." Before anyone could respond, an Umbu shinobi appeared suddenly, kneeling before Minato. "Reporting to the Hokage-sama, there's been a development in Amigakure." Everyone tensed, and Minato's calm expression gave way to concern. "What happened?" "News from the Land of Rain. Hanzo of the Salamander ambushed and massacred the Akatsuki. The organization has been confirmed destroyed." In that moment, silence fell over the rooftop. Each of their faces turned ashen with disbelief and shock. Chapter 234, Transplant Experiment. Land of Rain. 3 days had passed since the Akatsuki's rebirth. Inside the former base of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood silently, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they gazed at the corpses laid before them. These people had once been their closest comrades. Especially Kyusuke and Daibutsu, they weren't just friends, they were like family. And now, they had become nothing more than cold, lifeless bodies. Yet at this moment, Yahiko no longer asked why. The newly reborn Yahiko had lost the naive gleam once present in his eyes. Now, they reflected only grim determination. Even his voice had turned cold. Let's lay them to rest. Yeah. The three of them worked together to bury every fallen comrade, erecting gravestones one by one. As they looked at the familiar faces on each grave marker, their expressions darkened again. Kyusuke, Daibutsu, everyone. We'll return one day. And when we do, it'll be for revenge. With one final glance, the three turned away from the cave, where a figure was already waiting at the entrance, cloaked in a raincoat. It was Rasa. They didn't ask why Rasa hadn't saved their comrades. For them, the fact that he arrived in time to save Yahiko was already a monumental favor. Is everything settled? Yeah. Rasa-san, where are we headed next? Rasa had long been prepared. Looking out toward the dim world beyond the cave, he smiled. Next, I'll take you to Sunagakure. As for the reason, you'll understand when we get there. The three nodded. And so, the four of them disappeared into the torrential rain. One day later, under Rasa's lead, the three members of Akatsuki arrived at Sunagakure, in the Land of Wind. But Rasa didn't stop there. Instead, with the trio following in confusion, he brought them deep into the dragon's oasis. What is this place? It was their first time here, and all three were stunned by the vast forest stretching before them. Rasa finally halted and pointed toward the dense greenery. This place is one of Sunagakure's forbidden zones, the dragon's oasis. Only those with my permission may enter. The reason I brought you here is for one purpose. He turned to Yahiko and slowly asked, Do you want the power to take revenge? Konan and Nagato were startled, but Yahiko, after a brief pause, nodded firmly. Good. Let me be direct, then. Yahiko, while I called you naive, that isn't necessarily a flaw. The real problem is that you lack the corresponding power. Power. That's right. Among the three of you, Nagato is the one most suited to lead the Akatsuki. His Rinnegan and his Uzumaki lineage grant him overwhelming strength. Konan might not be as strong, but she has her own unique secret techniques. Only you, Yahiko. I don't need to spell it out, do I? I once believed hard work could make up for poor talent. But over the years, I've come to understand, cruel as it is, this world belongs to bloodlines. Only those with strong blood can seize their destiny. Yahiko's face darkened. He knew all too well how lacking he was. While everyone's trust helped him become Akatsuki's leader, it was Nagato's unwavering support that truly held the organization together. Still, Rasa wouldn't say all this unless he had another path. And indeed, now, there's an opportunity before you. A way for you to obtain a powerful bloodline. It's dangerous, but are you willing to try? Without hesitation, Yahiko nodded. I'm willing. Good. A year ago, during my battle with Danzo from Konoha, I acquired several Sharingan and cells from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I assume you've heard of this. The pupils of all three contracted sharply. They instantly understood what Rasa meant. After more than a year of research, I've finally made some progress. It's now possible to transplant the Sharingan and Hashirama cells into an ordinary person, allowing them to acquire both with release and the Sharingan. However, the entire experiment is still in its testing phase. There hasn't been a single successful case on a living human subject. Hearing that, Yahiko understood immediately and spoke without hesitation. I'm willing. My life belongs to you, Rasa-san, after all. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Rasa nodded. There's no need to be overly worried. Based on cellular tests, the safety margin is fairly high. One more thing, my ability to revive the dead must not be leaked. So from now on, you'll remain in Sunagakure. I'll assign you a new identity, and you'll be in charge of matters between Sunagakure and the Land of Rain. Yahiko had no objections. Alright. Then let's go see Elder Chiyo. She'll be responsible for this entire transplant experiment. So this is the brat? Inside Elder Chiyo's laboratory, she stared at Yahiko with sharp, assessing eyes. Yes. His name is Yahiko. He used to be the leader of Akatsuki. But from now on, he belongs to Sunagakure. I see. Then leave the rest to me. Chiyo was already well informed about what had happened in Amagakure. She looked over at Yahiko with a sharp tongue but a soft heart and said, Kid, the Sharingan's power is relatively easy to control, but Hashirama's cells are a different matter. You'll need to endure. Don't go dying on me. Don't worry, Chiyo-sama. Whether it's for the comrades we lost, for Konan and Nagato, or because I owe my life to Rasa-san, I'll hold on no matter what. Good. Then the experiment will begin tomorrow. At that moment, Onoka, standing behind Chiyo, turned to Nagato and asked, You're from the Uzumaki clan too? Who's your mother? In truth, ever since Nagato arrived, his vibrant red hair had caught the attention of both Hana and Onoka. Hana was shy and hadn't dared to approach this stranger, but Onoka was much more direct. Nagato was thrilled to meet members of his clan here. My mother's name was Fuso. So it really was her? Clearly, Onoka knew that name, though she didn't want to go into detail. After joining Sunagakure, the Uzumaki clan had become a thing of the past. Still, that didn't mean she didn't care for her kin. What happened to your body? Although Rasa had healed Nagato's legs in time, the chakra that had been drained by the demonic statue of the outer path had left his body severely weakened. It's nothing. I just used a few forbidden techniques. Onoka didn't press the matter further. Seeing this, Rasa issued his instructions. From now on, the three of them will live here. Until Yahiko's transplant experiment is completed successfully, Onoka, you and the others as fellow clansmen will take care of their daily needs. Understood. Then I won't stay any longer. There are still matters in the village that require my attention. Because just now, he had received a message from Baki. Minato Namikaze actually wanted to meet with him in the Land of Rivers. Chapter 235, True Ambitions. At the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers, shinobi from Konoha had assembled in a modest village. Leading them was the young Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, unlike his usual calm and confident demeanor, Minato now appeared burdened. The events that had unfolded in the Land of Rain had completely upended his plans, and for the first time since becoming Hokage, he found himself facing a serious setback. If things were mishandled, not only could all his efforts until now be rendered meaningless, but the shinobi world might plunge back into chaos, and Konoha would be forced into war once again. It was this very possibility that pushed Minato, despite facing considerable opposition, to insist on meeting Rasa, the Kazekage of Sunagakure, in private. By his side were the trusted aides who had supported him since his appointment. Nara Shikaku, his chief strategist, Akimichi Choza, serving as his guard, Yamanaka Inoichi, managing communications, and Aburame Shibi, overseeing intelligence. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade had stayed behind in the village to ensure everything remained stable during his absence. Minato knew he had no room for hesitation. Another piece of disturbing intelligence had recently come from the Land of Rain. During the joint operation to eliminate Akatsuki, members of Konoha's ANBU had been sighted. There was no need for much thought. Minato immediately recognized where those ANBU had come from. Who else could it be but Elder Danzo? Yet knowing this didn't mean he could act. He had no concrete evidence, and Danzo, being a member of the Council of Elders, possessed a level of authority that the newly appointed Hokage could not openly challenge without serious consequences. Seeing Minato's weariness, Shikaku spoke in a steady voice, offering reassurance. Hokage-sama, there are some things that can't be rushed. Take it slow. I understand, Shikaku. Thank you. Then I'll stop worrying. For the most part, the leadership of Konoha welcomed the new Hokage. Even the Uchiha clan, which had long been at odds with the village's leadership, began to show signs of cooperation. The reason was simple: unlike his predecessors, who had been backed by deeply rooted political interests, Minato emerged from a clean, unaffiliated background. This alone suggested the potential for real change in Konoha's long-standing power structure. It was this very hope that had drawn support from mid-tier clans such as the Inoshika-cho trio and the previously marginalized Uchiha clan. Just then, Shibi Aburame spoke in his calm and quiet manner. They've arrived. Everyone turned their attention toward the land of wind. Beneath the intense sunlight, through the shimmering heat haze, a group of black-clad figures slowly came into view. Seeing them approach, Shikaku exhaled slowly and deeply. Brace yourselves. This negotiation won't be easy. Roughly 5 minutes later, Rasa finally arrived, accompanied by his subordinates, ready to meet with Minato. This time, he had not brought Pakura or Michikawa. Instead, Baki and Anoka stood beside him. The other two had made it clear that they had no interest in political affairs and were now fully focused on their training. Although only a year had passed since their last meeting, Minato had expected Rasa to have made significant progress. Still, standing before him now, Minato was left stunned. Rasa stood directly in front of him, yet Minato could not feel even the slightest trace of his chakra. I can't sense anything. Not being able to sense an opponent's chakra was more than unsettling. It meant Minato had no way of judging Rasa's strength. Worse, it meant Rasa could move freely without detection. In a shinobi battle, that kind of advantage could prove fatal. So this is the mysterious power the great Toad Sage spoke of? And that was only the first surprise. Standing beside Rasa was a girl with unmistakably red hair. Minato froze as soon as he saw her. That visual alone was enough to send a signal. He already knew that a surviving Uzumaki orphan was living in Sunagakure, but based on intelligence from the land of grass, this girl was not the one known as Hana. Realizing that his gaze was too direct, Minato quickly looked away, noticing that she was growing uncomfortable. Pushing down his surprise, he straightened and respectfully greeted the man before him. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Kazekage Dano. Rasa didn't seem to care about the minor breach in etiquette. At this point, Sunagakure no longer had any reason to hide Anoka's existence. He had brought her for two reasons. First, for her formidable sensory abilities. Second, to begin grooming her for a leadership role. Once they returned from this summit, she would likely be ready to undergo the operation for her Sharingan transplant. No need to be so formal, Hokage Dano. Technically, we're old acquaintances by now. I haven't even congratulated you on becoming Hokage. Truthfully, this so-called old acquaintance made things somewhat awkward for Minato. After all, their past encounters had always been on the battlefield, as enemies. You flatter me. Please, come this way. The meeting space has been prepared. Before long, both sides arrived at the designated venue within the village. Rasa and Minato took their seats across from each other, while their respective guards remained quietly positioned behind them. Just as Minato was about to begin the conversation, Rasa abruptly interrupted him. All right, Hokage. Since I'm here, I assume you already understand my stance. Minato was slightly surprised by the bluntness but nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Then I'll skip the formalities. As the Kazekage, I'm willing to announce that Sunagakure will suspend all hostilities and officially join the Five Kage Summit. But I have a few conditions. That statement made Minato feel both hopeful and tense. Please speak freely, Kazekage Dano. Very well. First, the Five Kage Summit must be hosted in Sunagakure. The demand visibly took aback Minato and his aides. Observing their reaction, Rasa shot a glance at the Konoha delegation. What? Are you afraid I'll pull something? Even if I did, do the four of you really think I could pose a threat alone? Minato paused briefly, then offered a faint, strained smile. Truthfully, he had no clear sense of Rasa's current strength. But since Rasa had said it so directly, he had to offer a careful and diplomatic reply. I personally have no objections, but I can't speak for the other Kage. I'll need to consult with them first. I'll wait for your response. Now, my second condition. A summit limited to just the 5 Kage is too narrow in scope. I propose we turn it into a 5 Nations Conference. A 5 Nations Conference? Everyone on the Konoha side was visibly startled, and Minato couldn't help but question him with a furrowed brow. Kazekage Dano, what exactly do you mean? Sunagakure is known for its hospitality. If we only invite the 5 Kage, don't you think that seems a bit exclusive? I propose we also invite the heads of major clans, prominent merchants, and essentially anyone with an interest in attending. Anyone is welcome in our village. Additionally, if the lords and merchants from smaller countries wish to join, we will extend invitations to them as well. Most importantly, I want the daimyo of the 5 great nations to be present too. This time, the Konoha delegation was completely stunned. Minato, however, began thinking back to the drastic transformation Sunagakure had undergone in recent months, and he finally grasped the scale of the ambition behind Rasa's proposal. As for the timing, let's schedule it for 1 month from now. I understand. Since Kazekage Dano is so open-handed, it would seem impolite for me to decline. But as before, I can only represent Konoha. I still need to get the approval of the other Kage and especially the daimyo. Understood. Then I'll await your good news. Chapter 236, Opening the Gate. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. More than a month had passed in a flash, and Sunagakure had fully recovered. Centered around the former village site, the plains that had once been ravaged by tailed beast bombs now stood transformed, filled with newly constructed buildings, courtyards, parks, and towers of various architectural styles, all meticulously arranged across the landscape. In the distance, the hum of ongoing construction persisted, with more structures rising rapidly. Throughout the streets and alleys of Sunagakure, the expressions of the villagers radiated excitement and contentment. These weren't just native residents. Merchants and laborers from far beyond the village had also made their way here. The merchants, in particular, were thrilled. Beyond the hefty profits earned through construction contracts, they had made a killing by selling goods imported from outside. These items were eagerly bought up in the village and converted into hard currency with astonishing ease. For them, it felt as if money was lying all over the ground waiting to be picked up. Never before had they imagined that making money could be so effortless. For the laborers, many of whom were ordinary civilians struggling to survive in a turbulent world, the chance to hold a stable job that provided enough to avoid starvation and even save a little was like a gift from heaven. A significant number had already decided to settle permanently in Sunagakure, leading to a rapid surge in population. The original residents of Sunagakure had their own reasons to rejoice. It wasn't just the influx of newcomers bringing prosperity but also an unexpected windfall. The village leadership had declared that the original Sunagakure area would be transformed into the new city center, which meant all those who had lived there would be relocated to newly constructed residential districts outside the former village boundaries. Normally, in a militarized village like Sunagakure, such an order would be carried out without question, but what caught everyone by surprise was the Kazekage's offer of compensation. Every family was given 2 brand new houses that matched the size of their original residence, along with a generous cash settlement. This sudden abundance sparked a wave of affluence among the people. Years of war had instilled a sense of caution in the villagers, so they didn't immediately rush into reckless spending. Still, the local economy began to thrive. The effect became even more pronounced when the village government officially lifted the nightly curfew. For over a month now, Sunagakure had remained vibrant even at night, brightly illuminated and full of life. Countless shops stayed open well past midnight, some even until 1 or 2 in the morning. Most of these shops were opened by local villagers, while outside merchants and newly arrived immigrants filled in the gaps. Together, they created a sustainable and thriving economic cycle. the village's reconstruction efforts attracted a wave of outsiders whose presence sparked commercial activity. That economic boom, in turn, lured more people to settle, and as the population grew, so did the village's momentum. Of course, someone had to bear the financial burden of this growth. That responsibility fell on the village's treasury. Sunagakure had poured an enormous amount of real funds into jump-starting and sustaining this rapid development. The savings that had taken over a year to accumulate, meant to last a decade for military and logistical needs, were now evaporating like snow under the desert sun. Even Rasa, the Kazekage, was forced to rely on his gold dust techniques, extracting raw gold from the desert to replenish the dwindling reserves. This was despite the fact that Rasa had already anticipated this situation and taken measures to address it. He had sold portions of village land to raise funds and handed over numerous construction and development projects to the factions behind Pakura and Michikawa in order to ease some of the pressure on the village's coffers. Even so, Rasa was confident that the financial strain would soon be alleviated. After all, the flowing sand river had finally been completed just this month. Sunagakure. As the first light of dawn stretched over the horizon, the village was already alive with activity. From above, the view revealed tightly packed crowds filling the streets and alleys, all moving steadily in the same direction. That destination was the very edge of what used to be Sunagakure, now transformed into a new landmark at the site of the massive crater left behind by a tailed beast bomb. The village had reshaped the ruin into a place of honor, naming it after the first Kazekage, Lake Redo. Unlike a month ago, Sunagakure had evolved into a genuine oasis. Lush greenery, once a rare and isolated miracle, had now spread to every corner of the village, wrapping its streets and structures in vibrant life and turning the entire area into a living sanctuary. This transformation even attracted desert wildlife, and the presence of these animals brought a sense of vitality that had long been absent. In the eyes of most villagers and outsiders, all of this was the result of the Kazekage's powerful jutsu. But only a handful knew the truth. The miraculous energy radiating from the mysterious dragon's oasis was the true source of the village's rebirth. As for the land around Lake Redo, since it was unsuitable for residential development, it had been converted into a public park. Now, the entire park was filled with a dense crowd. People of all kinds had come, all waiting for another miracle to unfold before their eyes. Even though the sudden explosion of plant life had already swept away the dryness and sterility that had defined Sunagakure for generations, the village still faced one critical issue: its chronic water shortage. But after today, that long-standing problem would finally come to an end. While seawater itself couldn't be directly consumed, the vast climatic shifts surrounding Sunagakure meant that the increased evaporation from the ocean would bring more rain, indirectly addressing the water crisis. On top of that, the newly built segment of the flowing sand river connecting the land of demons to Sunagakure would soon begin supplying an endless flow of fresh water. Today was the day the gates of the flowing sand river would be opened. From the skies above, one could see the long river channel already filled with seawater transported from the distant ocean. Crowds of people lined both banks of the river, standing beneath shade trees specially planted for comfort, all waiting with bated breath for the opening ceremony to begin. At the place where the flowing sand river met Lake Redo, the wide river split into 5 separate channels. Each of these had a towering floodgate looming above, designed to control the water's release. A series of buildings stood alongside the riverbank. These belonged to a newly founded department within Sunagakure, the Sunagakure Maritime Administration. The villagers all knew this was the new agency responsible for managing the flowing sand river. There were 2 main administrative hubs. One was at the river's mouth where it met the sea. Any ship wishing to enter had to undergo inspection by Sunagakure's authorities before sailing inland. The second was located here, at the junction between the river and the village. Ships arriving with goods would be taxed 10% of the total value of their cargo before they were permitted to enter Sunagakure's territory. Though that 10% tax made many merchants uneasy, none dared to protest. The savings in transport costs brought by the flowing sand river far outweighed the tariff. It was an unavoidable trade-off and one they had all accepted. Just then, under the collective gaze of the assembled crowd, the man responsible for all these sweeping changes stepped forward, the one whose presence inspired both awe and reverence. The Kazekage of Sunigakure, Rasa. He didn't say anything unnecessary. He stood tall, his gaze fixed ahead, and calmly spoke 2 words. Open it. Chapter 237, Preparations. Rumble. A.B. Tataki. With an earth-shaking roar that left everyone stunned, the 5 enormous floodgates creaked open. Seawater burst forth like a wild beast let loose, surging into Lake Reto with tremendous force. Mist sprayed along both banks as the water slammed forward, and the sharp, salty scent of the sea immediately filled the air. Some onlookers even caught sight of fish darting through the churning waves, carried along by the torrent. Once the initial awe faded, a wave of jubilation swept through the crowd. The people of Sunigakure erupted into cheers. Merchants, especially, could barely contain their elation as they looked eagerly toward the officials for updates. The answer came swiftly. Stepping forward was Saramu, the newly appointed high-ranking officer in charge of the River of the Flowing Sand construction project. Reporting to Kazekage-sama, the floodgate release is proceeding smoothly. It is estimated that Lake Reto will be completely filled within 36 hours. Lake Reto was no small basin. With a diameter of 15 kilometers and a depth that reached 200 to 300 meters at its deepest point, filling it was no easy feat. Good. Make sure it's closely monitored. Report any issues immediately. Understood. This was one of the benefits of having supernatural power on their side. No matter what might go wrong with the River of the Flowing Sand, Rasa and the village's shinobi could always rely on their jutsu to contain or repair the damage swiftly. Seeing that everything was unfolding according to plan, Rasa wasted no time. He turned and made his way back to the Kazekage Tower. The others followed behind. Naturally, Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, and Michikawa were not among them. All 4 had stepped back from the village's day-to-day affairs after being named elders. They had chosen instead to devote themselves entirely to rigorous training within the dragon's oasis. Walking behind Rasa were Baki, Saramu, Oshima, Ruji, Ibara, and Yashimaru. But they weren't the only ones. Alongside them were 2 unfamiliar faces and 1 well-known figure. The first new face was Kamadu, a curvaceous young kunoichi recommended by Pakura to handle the routine tasks she no longer had time for. The second was Shur, a man wearing the iconic robes and facial paint of the Sand Clan. His presence needed no explanation. Both were among the most outstanding members of Sunigakure's younger generation. Of course, that praise only applied within the realm of civilian-born shinobi. Neither Kamadu nor Shur possessed a Kekei Jinkai or any secret techniques. But both had displayed unwavering loyalty to the village and a reliable sense of duty. It was clear that Pakura and Michikawa understood exactly what Rasa prioritized, stability above all. However, there was one more candidate whom Pakura had recommended, and this one genuinely surprised Rasa. It was Makade, the shinobi brought in to study the airship technology recovered from the ruins of the Sky Ninja Village. Yes, that Makade, the same man who, in the original timeline, would eventually betray Sunigakure, harness the power of the Dragon Vein's chakra, and rise as Anrokuzen. But for now, Makade was just a young, promising shinobi born to civilian parents. He was just beginning to showcase his talents, particularly in puppet jutsu, and at this stage, his loyalty to the village remained strong. As for the veteran presence among them, it was none other than Nono, the spy from Konoha. With Karura's pregnancy entering a critical stage, Rasa had deemed it inappropriate for her to continue managing the orphanage. In her place, Nono had seamlessly stepped in as the new director. Thanks to her excellent work, Rasa had entrusted her with even greater responsibilities, including oversight of village logistics, post-war welfare programs, and the disbursement of relocation compensation. To some, it might have seemed strange that such vital roles were handed to a spy and a possible future traitor. But in Rasa's eyes, their abilities had proven themselves beyond all doubt. Nono's patience, attentiveness, and gentle disposition made her the perfect fit for her responsibilities. As for Makade, his natural talent needed no further proof. The fact that he could devise entirely new puppet techniques by channeling chakra from the dragon vein demonstrated his brilliance in research and innovation. With the course of the future now irrevocably changed, Rasa had chosen to fully trust them and had assigned each of them critical roles within the village's framework. Seeing that everyone had assembled, Rasa didn't waste another moment. The upcoming Five-Nation Summit to be held here in Sunagakure. How are the preparations coming along? For Sunagakure, this summit was more than a diplomatic gathering, it was a rare and invaluable chance to present itself to the great nations. If the village could fully showcase its transformation, strength, and potential, its future development would be solidified. Rest assured, Kazekage-sama. We've already issued all necessary orders. Everyone is on high alert and fully prepared for the summit 10 days from now. The response came from Saramu. As Rasa's assistant, she had become deeply familiar with the village's internal workings and had firmly established herself as one of its new central leaders, positioned just below the four elders and Baki. This progression fulfilled Rasa's original intent to shift Sunagakure's power dynamic from a fragile two-faction balance into a stable tripod of influence. If Michikawa represented the aristocratic faction, and Pakura the civilian shinobi, then Saramu had now come to represent the immigrants and non-shinobi civilians. In a shinobi village where strength defined value, those without shinobi in their family had always occupied the bottom rung of society. Even Pakura, known as the voice of the civilian class, rarely paid attention to these families, because in the eyes of many, those who couldn't become shinobi held neither political leverage nor strategic value. But Rasa had a broader vision for the village's growth. He understood that while the power of shinobi remained vital, the support and contributions of the lower classes were equally indispensable. This had become even more apparent in the past year, as more people migrated to Sunagakure. With this demographic shift, the village had to evolve beyond relying solely on its military strength. Transitioning toward commercial development and economic expansion meant that civilians were now central to Sunagakure's future. That was why Saramu had been made their representative. In fact, if one measured influence purely by administrative authority and the size of the population she represented, Saramu had already surpassed both Pakura and Michikawa. Yet neither of their factions objected to her rise. The reason was simple. From the shinobi's perspective, civilians, regardless of their number, posed no threat to their core interests. A shinobi village still belonged to the shinobi. Rasa had no intention of challenging that belief. As harsh as it sounded, shinobi remained the true protagonists of this world. Their strength was the bedrock upon which Sunagakure stood. Only through a clear and firm hierarchy could the village continue to grow in a healthy and orderly fashion. Of course, another reason the elders and factions remained content was because Rasa had ensured that profits were distributed fairly. Everyone had received their share and had little reason for dissatisfaction. You've worked hard, Saramu. Go let everyone know I've already placed the opportunity to earn right in front of them. How much they make now depends on their own ability. I understand, Kazekage-sama. Are there any other issues? At that, the entire group voiced the same concern. With Sunagakure's population increasing at such a rapid rate, the current facilities, such as the Shinobi Academy, medical department, hospital, orphanage, and logistics services, could no longer keep up with the rising demand. What's the current population of the village? This time, it was Ruji, head of the logistics department, who stepped forward. He responded with a look of mild shock. Based on our latest records, the number of registered villagers has risen from 100,000 last year to 130,000 now. And that's just the official count. If we include all the unregistered merchants and workers currently living and working in the village, the real figure is closer to 170,000. That many? Even Rasa couldn't hide his surprise at the number. Chapter 238, Navigation Opens. In just 1 year under Rasa's leadership, the population of Sunagakure had doubled. Fortunately, the shinobi world was free from the complications of ethnic and cultural divisions that often plagued other societies. If that had been the case, even Rasa might have had concerns. But now, all he felt was satisfaction. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Especially in the past month, we've seen several hundred people arriving in Sunagakure each day, all seeking employment and a new beginning. The numbers are rising steadily. Once the river of the flowing sand opens for full navigation, the influx will only accelerate. The logistics department is already struggling to manage the volume. Gashima, the head of the education department, added his own concern. Kazekage-sama, the situation is just as difficult at the Shinobi Academy. Even after our recent expansion, this year's admissions have already surpassed all our projections. We've enrolled 800 students so far. We've exceeded our capacity. Looks like the rest of you are facing the same problems? Rasa turned his gaze toward Ibara, Yashimaru, and Nono. All three gave a silent nod in agreement. I see. In that case, continue refining your proposals. Don't hesitate. Hire more staff where needed, expand wherever necessary, and don't be timid about scale. For instance, when drawing up the new academy plans, design it to accommodate 10,000 students. And it doesn't have to stop at just one. The village is no longer the size it once was. One school, one hospital, that's no longer sufficient. Don't worry about the funding. Once the river of the flowing sand is fully operational, much of the financial burden will ease. Understood. One last thing. No matter what measures you implement, fairness is important, but more importantly, every action must prioritize the interests of Sunagakure's citizens. Is that clear? Yes, Kazekage-sama. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With seawater continuing to rush in through the river of the flowing sand, Lake Reto's water level rose steadily. By the third day, it had reached the target level, signifying that the entire navigation route was now fully connected from source to terminus. However, this didn't mean it would be open for full-scale public use immediately. To ensure safety and allow the Maritime Administration to adjust to real-time operations, a 5-day trial period was announced. Even so, over 100 vessels had already submitted applications for passage. Most of these were merchant ships, while others carried workers and civilians eager to relocate and start a new life in Sunagakure. Though the shinobi world had enjoyed relative calm in recent years, the scars left behind by 3 successive great ninja wars still ran deep in the hearts of ordinary people. Many now yearned for safety and stability, a peaceful life free from conflict. Naturally, the 5 great shinobi villages became the ideal destinations for such aspirations, protected as they were by powerful military forces. And among them, Sunagakure had rapidly become the most attractive choice. First, Sunagakure was now considered the most stable of the 5 great villages. Public sentiment across the continent held that as long as the current Fourth Kazekage remained in power, the village would continue to prosper peacefully for decades. And Rasa, at just 25 years old, still had many decades of leadership ahead of him. Second, since launching his village development strategy a year ago, Rasa had implemented a steady and pragmatic policy of openness. As long as an outsider could provide a guarantor and complete a basic registration, they were granted permission to enter and work in the village. This simple yet effective system gave Sunagakure an edge that the other 4 great villages had not yet matched. Of course, this approach did carry risks, such as the potential infiltration of spies. But as had been said many times before, as long as Rasa held firm control over the village, such internal threats were unlikely to succeed. The recent announcement that the 5-Nation Summit would be hosted in Sunagakure only reinforced the world's confidence in the village. Very soon, Sunagakure would no longer just be one of the great shinobi villages. It would become the very center of the shinobi world. According to unofficial sources, not only would representatives from all 5 great villages attend, but even the daimyo of each of the 5 great nations were expected to travel to Sunagakure in person. This revelation stirred both the citizens of Sunagakure and the outside merchants. They realized this gathering might surpass anything the shinobi world had ever witnessed. Anticipation buzzed through the village as everyone threw themselves into preparations, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this historic summit. Sunagakure, Dragon's Oasis. Inside the training grounds next to Chiyo's laboratory, an area had been cordoned off for a highly specialized purpose. Yahiko, who had recently undergone transplantation of both Sharingan and would release cells, was sparring with Nagato. Nearby, Rasa, Chiyo, Anoka, Hana, and Konan quietly observed from the sidelines. The experiment had been an undeniable success. Yahiko showed no signs of rejection or instability following the procedure. On the training field, his eyes whirled with fully matured three-tomo Sharingan, and with precise hand seals, he executed would-release techniques with seamless ease. This wasn't due to some hidden bloodline or exceptional compatibility. In fact, the would-release cells used in the procedure weren't direct samples from Hashirama. The original material Rasa had obtained from Danzo had long since deteriorated, the life force within completely expended. Likewise, the more potent samples Rasa had stolen from the future version of Danzo were deemed too dangerous for immediate use. Instead, the cells currently supporting Yahiko's transformation were from White Zetsu, specifically those that had once parasitized shinobi from Kumogakure using the spore technique. Unlike the volatile and overwhelming nature of Hashirama's cells, White Zetsus were significantly more docile and easier to manage. However, they were also much weaker in vitality and capable of producing would-release on par with even Yamato. To overcome that shortcoming, Rasa made a bold move. He contributed his own cells to the fusion, bolstering the strength of the transplant. This wasn't just an experiment for Yahiko, it was also a preparatory trial for Anoka, who was scheduled to undergo a similar procedure soon. Unexpectedly, the combination of Sharingan, White Zetsu cells, and Rasa's chakra created a nearly flawless balance. The modified White Zetsu cells exhibited life force almost on par with Hashirama's, while the ocular power of the Sharingan was noticeably enhanced. Yahiko's strength surged dramatically, leaping from Jonin level to that of a Kage-class shinobi in one step. There was only one flaw: because Yahiko lacked Uchiha lineage, he couldn't evolve the Sharingan beyond its three-tomo form. The awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan required a unique emotional chakra that only the Uchiha bloodline could produce. So far, Rasa had not moved against the Uchiha clan, meaning no viable source of their bloodline existed in his control. As a result, even with Chiyo's cloning capabilities, she could only reproduce unawakened Sharingan, essentially blanks. That meant Rasa's ambition of mass-producing awakened Sharingan had reached a dead end. Of the 5 Sharingan eyes taken from Danzo, only 3 remained. Yet the outcome of the experiment was proof enough that the investment had been worthwhile. Inside the training field, after several days of fine-tuning and adaptation, Yahiko had fully mastered his new abilities. Feeling the sheer power coursing through him, his heart swelled with a deeper sense of gratitude toward Rasa. Eventually, Yahiko and Nagato concluded their sparring and walked toward the group. Yahiko looked straight at Konan, his voice brimming with confidence. "Konan, I finally have the strength to protect you now." Konan's cheeks flushed red, while Nagato gave a quiet, amused smile. The others subtly averted their eyes, choosing to politely ignore the exchange. Chiyo, however, was far less reserved. Looks like you've adjusted just fine, brat. But what you do with that power from here on, that's your responsibility." Despite her gruff demeanor, Yahiko felt genuine gratitude toward the older kunoichi. He bowed deeply in respect. "Thank you, Chiyo-sama. I won't let this power go to waste." "That's your business. Anoka, Hana, come with me. The rest of you, stop wasting this old woman's time." Chapter 239, Arrangements. After Chiyo left with Anoka and Hana, only Rasa and the 3 members of Akatsuki remained behind. "Come walk with me." "Okay." At this point, with Yahiko's transplant experiment deemed a success, all 3 of them understood that Rasa was finally about to reveal the true reason he had summoned them here. He led them deep into the heart of the village. When they reached the Kazekage's office, Rasa spoke without delay. "You must have seen it on the way here." Yahiko nodded, visibly stirred. In just over half a month, Sunagakure had undergone drastic changes, and once again, the transformation left the 3 of them shaken. The vast, gleaming lake they had passed earlier, with ships calmly gliding across its surface, left a lasting impression. But what struck them even more were the crowded ports along the lake's shore, where workers bustled to unload cargo in a constant rhythm of motion. The scene pulsed with the energy of growth. As shinobi from Amigakure, they had never encountered such prosperity. It was hard to believe any other place in the shinobi world could rival this thriving environment. Rasa gave a small nod and spoke again, this time with a statement that jolted them even further. Redo Lake and the River of the Flowing Sand are now in operation. It's still just a trial phase, but do you know how much we've collected in taxes from the Maritime Department over the past 3 days? The three of them exchanged glances and shook their heads. Rasa then delivered the figure, each word weighing heavily in the air. 400 million Rio on the first day, 200 million on the second, and while today's total hasn't been finalized yet, the projection is no less than 300 million. Do you understand what that means? Still absorbing the shock, Yahiko suddenly remembered something Rasa had mentioned during their first meeting. How the great nations depended on their daimyo for military funding. It means Sunagakure will never again need to rely on the Land of Wind's daimyo for military support. Rasa's expression sharpened with satisfaction. Exactly. And more than that, the enormous influx of goods into Sunagakure will spark explosive economic growth. Before long, everyone will have the chance to earn a living, and the villagers will finally be able to lead peaceful, prosperous lives. At that moment, Yahiko began to grasp what true peace meant. It had nothing to do with bowing or pleading with the 5 great nations to end their wars. Real peace was achieved by lifting your people up and making them strong and self-sufficient. Then, Rasa finally unveiled his true objective. Now that Redo Lake is operational and Phase 1 of the River of the Flowing Sand is complete, we move on to Phase 2. This phase will connect Sunagakure with the capital of the Land of Demons. The terrain there is more complicated than in the Land of Wind, so the construction won't be easy. But based on our current pace, I estimate completion in no more than 5 months. After that, we proceed to Phase 3, a direct link between Sunagakure and Amigakure. All three of them immediately straightened, their eyes alight with intensity. A sense of urgency erupted within their chests like fire. That's right. I'm sure you understand now. You have 5 months to eliminate Hanzo the Salamander and take full control of Amigakure. If you fail, I'll reroute Phase 3 to another nation. Conan's expression tightened. After all, Hanzo had once cast fear across the entire shinobi world with his unmatched strength. But when Yahiko and Nagato looked at each other, there was no longer any trace of doubt. In their eyes, only firm and unwavering determination remained. Kazekage-sama, rest assured. Hanzo will not live to see that day. Good. Rasa finally nodded, his tone softening with reassurance. I believe in you. With the power you two now hold, one with the Sharingan and would release, the other with the Rinnegan and the Uzumaki clan's body, defeating Hanzo shouldn't be a problem. The true test will come after that. You have no experience ruling a nation or a shinobi village, so I've decided to assign you some tasks to help you learn. None of them voiced any objections. Please instruct us, Kazekage-sama. Good. You may come in now. As soon as Rasa finished speaking, 12 masked shinobi entered the room. He introduced them without delay. They were selected from the ANBU and reorganized by me into a special operations group. I call it the Covert Tactical Unit. There are 12 of them now, but I intend to restructure the entire division later, so the current members will eventually be assigned to other duties. Rasa wasn't offering all this to Yahiko purely out of goodwill. His objective was simple, he wanted to build the Covert Tactical Unit into a powerful force to rival the ANBU. Over time, he had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the ANBU's performance, especially after their repeated failures. True, their opponent had been Madara Uchiha, but that didn't excuse the structural vulnerabilities exposed in the village's defenses. Rasa needed someone strong and dependable to take that burden from his shoulders. And Yahiko was the perfect choice. His strength, temperament, and judgment were trustworthy. Most importantly, he had no entanglements or lingering affiliations within the village and could carry out Rasa's orders with full loyalty. From now on, you'll train under these 12. They'll teach you everything about the operations of both the covert unit and the ANBU. When you're ready, Yahiko, I'll hand the covert tactical unit over to you. As for Nagato and Konan, use this experience well when the time comes for you to govern Amigakure. All three of them nodded. This was a rare and valuable opportunity. They understood that ever since the moment Rasa had saved their lives, their fates had become inextricably linked to Sunagakure. Becoming part of Rasa's inner circle would only bring long-term benefit to Amigakure. As for the 12 shinobi themselves, Rasa had no plans to treat them unfairly. Each would be given significant missions. Daikoku, Ishitomo, and Rikusuki were to be dispatched to the Land of Demons as jonin commanders in charge of security operations. Raijin, Fujin, Sand Lizard, and Sand Hawk would be stationed on Summoning Beast Island, serving as its core guardians. Umo and Mamushi were assigned to the newly completed first segment of the River of the Flowing Sand, protecting its waterway routes. Sazamushi, Kurogakage, and Akajiku would be responsible for both security and ongoing construction of the river's second segment, now extending into the Land of Demons. Unlike the Land of Wind, the Land of Demons lacked stability. With the tremendous profits from Phase 1 becoming evident, it was inevitable that complications would soon arise. Rasa wasn't too concerned about open threats, he had faith the village could handle them. What bothered him were the hidden and insidious ones. He left those to these 12. As jonin-level shinobi, they were fully capable of dealing with such matters. To make them even more formidable, Rasa had gone a step further. Each member had contracted a summoning beast uniquely compatible with their chakra and nature. On top of that, they had become the first recipients of a new power system, the Sage Mark Seals. That's right. After an extended period of trial and failure, the Sage Mark Seal had finally succeeded. The harvest had arrived. All right. We have 10 days left before the Five Nations Summit begins. Along with the ANBU, the Covert Tactical Unit will be responsible for maintaining overall village security. Also, to entertain the daimyo, the Ninja Academy will be holding a shinobi exam. I'm leaving that task to you. Treat it as your trial. Chapter 240, Ninja Academy. Originally, Rasa had no intention of organizing a ninja exam. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. Sunagakure simply didn't have many outstanding young talents. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure had always ranked lowest in terms of potential. Although Rasa had exhausted every method he could think of to replenish their ranks, the actual results would take another 4 or 5 years to show. On top of that, Rasa didn't want to take on an unnecessary burden. A ninja exam might sound straightforward, but organizing one would involve the entire village's participation. The manpower and resources required would not be minor. But in the end, Rasa had no choice but to relent. The first reason was political. When Rasa extended the invitation to the daimyo of the Land of Wind, although the daimyo himself agreed, his court set a condition: they needed a formal justification. A daimyo couldn't simply descend to a subordinate village without an official purpose, no matter how prosperous Sunagakure had become. From a strict protocol standpoint, Rasa was still considered a vassal. The second reason was strategic. Now that the Sage Arc-Curse seal had finally succeeded, Rasa intended to begin experimental applications on Sunagakure's shinobi, particularly the students at the Ninja Academy. But even if the seal's theory had proven viable, it couldn't be used on just anyone. To screen for suitable candidates, Rasa eventually approved the exam. Sunagakure, Ninja Academy. With another year gone by, Kunmi, Sarah, and Amain had grown taller and entered their second year at the academy. Kunmi and Sarah, having grown up in shinobi households, had already started chakra and ninjutsu training well before their formal lessons began. As soon as second-year studies commenced, especially in chakra control and application, both of them immediately stood out. They weren't just at the top of their class but were recognized across the entire year group. And I named the third girl, Amain. Even Amain, who came from a civilian background, had caught up thanks to Kunmi and Sarah's help. Together, the three had become so prominent that they were now widely referred to as the Academy's Iron Triangle. Of course, not everyone admired them. Plenty of students, driven by pride or envy, had tried to challenge the trio. But the difference in skill was undeniable. Every duel ended the same way, complete defeat for the challengers. While the rest of the students struggled between admiration and frustration, the entire academy was suddenly stirred by a new announcement. In one of the large classrooms, second-year students sat restlessly at their desks, faces glowing with anticipation, eyes all fixed on the door. Moments later, it creaked open, and in stepped a stern-looking middle-aged man with black war paint across his face. He was their instructor, Darren. Catching sight of their excited expressions, Darren gave a slight nod and went straight to the point. "All right, since you all look so impatient, I'll skip the build-up." He pulled a folder from under his arm, flipped it open, scanned its contents briefly, then raised his head to make the announcement. "I'm sure many of you have already heard rumors from your parents. Well, the rumors are true. In 10 days, on the third day of the Five Nations Summit, Sunagakure will host the Desert Blossom Ninja Selection Exam." "Whoa!" The entire classroom erupted in a chorus of excitement. "Quiet down. You can get excited after I finish explaining." Darren's voice cut through the noise, restoring order. Once the class settled, he began outlining the structure of the exam. This ninja exam is relatively straightforward. It will be divided into 4 stages. Every student enrolled in the academy, including the new first-year students, is eligible to participate. But don't get cocky just because of that. Let me make this absolutely clear, this is a rare opportunity that could completely change your life. More importantly, the final winner will receive personal training from the Kazekage himself and become his student. I don't think I need to explain what that means. In a world ravaged by war and danger, children matured quickly. The moment those words left the instructor's mouth, every student's eyes lit up. A chance to become the Kazekage's personal disciple? That was beyond anything they had dared to hope for. After all, this was Rasa, the Kazekage who had pulled Sunagakure back from the brink, a figure who, in the eyes of the villagers, already felt godlike. Even the usually composed Kunmi couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Seeing their fired-up reactions, Darren gave a slight nod, though deep inside, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. When he had been at the academy, no such opportunities had existed. Why did these kids get all the luck? All right, here's how it works. The exam will be held over 30 days and split into 4 stages. The first stage is called the Desert Trial. It's a test of your physical stamina and willpower. You'll need to cross 50 kilometers of scorching, barren desert and reach a designated checkpoint within 24 hours. It might sound simple, but don't underestimate it. You'll be carrying your own gear, facing the heat, dryness, and terrain. Even for older students, this is going to be tough. The second stage is the Trial of Courage. You'll be transported to a place known as Summoning Island. The specifics of what happens there will only be revealed once you arrive. It's a special assessment, and only those who pass can move on to the third stage. That portion will last 7 days. The third stage is the Ninja Ability Test. After completing the second stage, you'll get 3 days to rest. Then, students will be divided by year. Years 1 to 3 in one group, and years 4 to 6 in another. You'll be put into combat simulation scenarios to identify the most capable candidates. Technically, that's where the exam ends. But in reality, there's a final phase that's even more important. After finishing the third stage, you'll have half a month to recover. Then, the elite youths from the other 4 great villages will arrive here in Sunagakure. The room tensed at once. They instantly understood what that meant. I don't need to say more. The fourth stage will be a direct competition between you and the most promising young shinobi from the other major villages. And only those who truly excel during that stage will earn the right to become the Kazekage's student. A sudden hush fell over the room. The noisy excitement was now replaced by a deeper tension and rising anticipation. That's all I can tell you. The rest is up to you. To give you time to prepare, the Academy will suspend classes for the next 10 days. Use that time however you want. Train, study, strategize, rest, whatever you need. Class dismissed. With that, Darren turned and strode out the door. The moment he was gone, the room erupted with a chorus of voices. This sounds incredible. I'm totally gonna win. I'll be the Kazekage's disciple. But we have to go up against the third years. That's not fair. Oh please, they're just 1 year older. I'm not scared. Yeah, well, let's be real, Kunmi's got this in the bag. He's just on another level. Every head turned toward Kunmi, who sat at the front of the classroom. While he maintained a composed expression under their gazes, Sarah and Amain were already buzzing with anticipation beside him. But then, a soft voice drifted from one corner of the room. Not necessarily. Didn't anyone else notice something strange in what the teacher said? Chapter 241, Kabuto. The sudden voice pulled everyone's attention at once. All heads turned toward the back row, where a white-haired boy sat quietly. He wore glasses and looked frail, almost as if he didn't belong in a shinobi academy. Kunmi, too, looked in that direction, and as soon as he saw the boy, he recognized him. He was about the same age and went by the name Kabuto. He had transferred into their class earlier this year under rather unusual circumstances. Rumor had it he came from the village orphanage. Though still young, he already showed a notable ability to manipulate chakra, particularly in terms of control. That talent had earned him a direct placement into the second year. Up until now, Kabuto had kept such a low profile that most students barely noticed he existed. Strange? What's strange? A curious student asked, his voice carrying no hostility despite the sudden interjection from the quiet transfer. Kabuto, only 7 years old, adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Why is it that even though there are still 10 days left before the ninja exam, the teacher already explained the exam content in such detail? The class fell silent in confusion. Most of the children blinked in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Only Kunmi seemed to grasp something deeper. He stared at the boy he had never really paid attention to, his mind reeling. What do you mean? Sarah, just as puzzled as the others, spoke up. Kabuto answered in a hesitant tone. It's just a theory, but maybe the ninja exam doesn't actually have only 4 stages. What if there's a 5th? 5 stages? The room erupted in gasps of disbelief. Yes. The teacher said the exam begins in 10 days, but in truth, it may have already started. Already started? That revelation shocked everyone even more. Kabuto nodded lightly. Think about it. The 4 stages the teacher described test a lot of things: physical endurance, chakra usage, teamwork, and combat. But there's one thing they don't cover: intelligence gathering. At that moment, a few of the sharper students began to catch on. Kunmi, too, sank into thought and muttered. So that's what it is. The teacher told us early on purpose. It was a clue, letting us know we had 10 days to gather intel and prepare strategies in advance. Exactly. Take the first stage, for instance. Covering 50 kilometers in 24 hours might not be difficult for upperclassmen, but for us, or even the students younger than us, it's practically impossible. Most of us have only recently begun refining the chakra. And yet, the village still wants us to participate. With the Kazekage's level of foresight, he wouldn't assign us something meaningless. Don't forget, the teacher clearly said we can use any means necessary. The realization settled across the classroom, finally reaching everyone. So that's what's going on. Kabuto pushed his glasses again. But there's something else none of you have noticed yet. Under the odd stares of his classmates, Kabuto went on to reveal another detail he had worked out. The teacher never said whether the exam would be taken individually or in teams. But traditionally, Chunin exams are done in 3-man squads. So the teacher's hinting that we should form our teams ahead of time? The students turned to each other, and their eyes suddenly filled with newfound enthusiasm. Within moments, the classroom turned into a storm of chatter. Everyone understood now how vital strong teammates would be for success. The best performing students immediately became the center of attention, and to no one's surprise, Kabuto received invitation after invitation. It wasn't long before everything said in that room spread across the entire academy like wildfire. At Rasa's residence, he was taken aback to learn that his intentions had been so easily discerned. But what truly shocked him was the photograph of the boy who had figured it out. His eyes widened. Kabuto. Karura, now visibly pregnant, was resting in her husband's arms. Hearing the name, she looked up with curiosity. "What is it? Is there something wrong with this Kabuto boy?" Rasa turned to her, his expression curious. "You know this child too?" Karura gave a small nod. "Yes. Nono took him in shortly after the orphanage was established last year. She found him on a battlefield. He has a gentle personality, reminds me a bit of how Yashimaru was when he was young, so he left a strong impression on me." "I see." Rasa hadn't anticipated that, due to the butterfly effect, the future Dream Master Kabuto would end up growing up in Sunagakure. He didn't keep this discovery to himself. Since Karura had already seen their 3 children from the future, there was no reason to hide it. He told her some details about the Kabuto of the original timeline. Karura was stunned when she heard how dangerous Kabuto would become. Then, "Don't worry. That future hasn't happened yet. Nono is still alive and well in the village. There's no reason for this child to fall into darkness. On the contrary, his talent is remarkable. Let Yashimaru know that since I've taken one of his disciples, I'll give him this one in return. I hope he can train him properly." "All right." Knowing Yashimaru's temperament, neither of them had much concern about Kabuto following the wrong path. Karura, curled against Rasa's chest, suddenly had an idea. "Rasa-kun, I've been thinking. Nono really is an extraordinary woman. Over the past year, she's done great work for the village. I'd like to talk to her." Rasa looked down at her with a gentle gaze, brushing his fingers through her hair. "I support you. If it's what you want, go ahead and do it. Just be careful. You can't afford to get hurt right now." With her husband's support, Karura nestled deeper into his arms, a satisfied smile on her face. Rasa then added, "Actually, the upcoming 5 Great Nations Conference is the perfect chance. Tell Nono there's no need to worry. Everything with Konoha can be resolved during the talks." Karura's eyes lit up, her heart filling with confidence. She believed she could persuade Nono, and she did, with ease. 3 days later, at the Kazekage's office, Rasa stood waiting as Nono arrived, walking in with Karura by her side. "Forgive me, Kazekage-sama," Nono said quietly. "I never meant to deceive anyone. I simply had no other choice." "Don't worry, Nono. Rasa-kun understands you." Karura's calm voice offered gentle reassurance. Rasa nodded in agreement. "I imagine Karura told you everything. Honestly, I knew you were a spy from Konoha from the moment we met. But even then, I chose to trust you. I believe that someone who could care for children with such warmth and sincerity could never be a bad person." Nono's eyes shimmered with emotion, 1,000 thoughts swirling through her mind. In the end, they condensed into one heartfelt reply. "Thank you, Kazekage-sama. There's no need to thank me. Now tell me, what kind of leverage does Konoha or Danzo have over you? Let's see what I can do to help." Nono took a deep breath and nodded. "About a year ago, I was part of Root. I roamed the shinobi world, taking in orphans who'd lost their families to war. These children were meant to be trained as future Root agents." "I see. So he's using those children to control you?" "Yes. Without Root's funding, the orphanage wouldn't have lasted." "Has he contacted you recently in relation to the 5 Great Nations Conference?" Nono shook her head. After what happened in the Land of Rain, Root suffered heavy losses. And now that the Fourth Kazekage is closely monitoring Danzo, he's gone into hiding. "I understand. Bring Yahiko and the others here." Not long after, Yahiko entered the room with Nagato and the rest following behind. I have a mission for you. You should recognize this woman, no. She's built orphanages across the shinobi world. But now, those orphanages are under threat from that elder of Konoha, Danzo. Your task is to take care of it. Bring all the children back here, where they'll be safe. Chapter 242, The Five Great Nations. Land of Wind, Sagara Village. Once merely a quiet fishing settlement near the sea, this place had undergone a dramatic transformation in just 2 months. Ever since the River of the Flowing Sand was confirmed and its course connected to the ocean through Sagara, the village had rapidly expanded, evolving from a humble outpost into a burgeoning trade port. Because it had remained obscure and underdeveloped for so long, Sunagakure had no trouble securing absolute control over the area without opposition. Now, from a bird's-eye view, the once silent harbor that used to dock only a few fishing boats had become crowded with vessels of all kinds. Lining the coast were rows of shops, inns, gambling dens, and pleasure houses, all hastily built to cater to the wave of merchants flooding into the village. They came chasing fortune along the new trade route of the River of the Flowing Sand. The trial operation of the river had ended successfully, and full-scale development was now underway. Over 100 ships sailed daily towards Sunagakure, each hoping to ride this new tide of opportunity. The village had become an insatiable beast, devouring goods from across the shinobi world. In truth, this boom also highlighted just how low the world's overall productivity remained. Nearly all goods were still crafted manually. Even the ships reflected that. Wooden sailboats, reliant entirely on wind and manpower, crawled across the sea, slow and limited in cargo capacity. Still, despite this primitive infrastructure, Sunagakure had quickly become the economic nucleus of the entire world. But today, the mouth of the river was sealed. Not because of any trouble with the river, but because 2 days from now, the Five Great Nations Conference would be held in Sunagakure. Each of the 5 great daimyo would be arriving by ship, escorted by the leaders of their respective shinobi villages, traveling together along the River of the Flowing Sand. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the merchant fleets. Everyone knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. For the next month, Sunagakure would be the center of power and wealth in the shinobi world. If one could gain even a sliver of opportunity during this time, their future could change overnight. As dawn broke, those aboard merchant vessels anchored near the port spotted an awe-inspiring sight. Across the vast expanse of water, a grand formation of ships approached. At the head were 5 majestic vessels, each constructed in the unique architectural style of its homeland. Their opulence radiated power and wealth. Surrounding them were slightly smaller but still extravagant ships, likely bearing guards and retainers. The contrast with the merchant ships was stark. The traders' boats looked pitiful, humble scraps of wood floating beside castles of the sea. So these are the daimyo's ships? Incredible, just look at that size. Quit gawking! This is our moment. Yeah. Wake up everyone. Once they pass through the port, we follow right behind. We've got to beat the crowd inland. Right! Glittering sunlight danced on the sea's surface as a crimson ship sailed at the head of the convoy. Upon its mast fluttered a flag bearing the kanji for fire, and the sail bore an image of roaring flames. This was the ship of the Land of Fire. Standing on its polished deck was Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Kazekage. At his side stood Shikaku Nara and Choza Akimichi. The 3 shinobi remained respectfully behind the daimyo of the Land of Fire, a man whose frail appearance belied the authority he wielded. The daimyo gazed ahead at the sweeping man-made river and tapped his folding fan softly against his palm. His voice came out slow, yet heavy with meaning. Incredible. I never imagined the Land of Wind would give rise to such a formidable Kazekage. Minato said nothing. He was equally awestruck. Though he had read countless intelligence reports detailing the River of the Flowing Sand, nothing had prepared him for seeing it in person. The colossal river stretched endlessly before them, lined with cargo ships and bustling piers, a monumental project that defied belief. It was more than a feat of engineering, it was a revolution. The scale, the ambition, the impact, it all left Minato with a single conclusion. This wasn't merely an achievement for Sunagakure. It was something that would uplift the entire land of wind. But beneath that surface appreciation, something deeper stirred within him. What struck Minato most wasn't the size of the river or the wealth it would bring. It was the realization that while most shinobi, himself included, continued to harness chakra as a weapon for destruction, Rasa had chosen another path, one that used chakra not to break the world, but to heal it. In that moment, Minato felt as if a new horizon had opened before his eyes, a different vision of what chakra, leadership, and ambition could achieve. But before he could dwell further on the thought, the daimyo of the Land of Fire suddenly turned to him with a question. Hokage, do you think such a grand river could be built in the Land of Fire? That. Minato was momentarily taken aback and found himself unable to respond. Thankfully, Shikaku stepped in calmly to answer. With all due respect, Daimyo-sama, while it is technically possible, it may not be necessary. The Land of Fire has a far more favorable natural geography than the Land of Wind. Unlike their harsh deserts, our terrain is rich and varied, and we benefit from many existing waterways. More importantly, our population density is significantly higher. There are numerous villages along the coasts. Constructing a river of this scale could cause massive disruption to people's lives and livelihoods. I see. The daimyo paused to consider, then let out a sigh tinged with frustration. What a pity. If the Land of Fire had a river like this, the daimyo of the Land of Wind wouldn't have the chance to boast in front of me. The Konoha shinobi exchanged glances, and once again, Shikaku answered. I understand, Daimyo-sama. Once the conference concludes, please allow us from Konoha to perform a preliminary survey. If the project proves feasible, we can consider moving forward with a plan that minimizes disruption. Excellent. I look forward to your efforts. Elsewhere, aboard the ships of the other three great nations, excluding the Land of Water, similar discussions were taking place. The daimyo of both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had posed nearly identical questions to their respective Kage. My apologies, Daimyo-sama. Darui, a close aide to the Third Raikage said. When the Raikage first heard about Sunagakure's river construction, he also explored whether a similar project could work in the Land of Lightning. However, after extensive evaluation, we determined it was unworkable. Oh? And why is that? Darui offered a resigned smile. The terrain of the Land of Lightning is overwhelmingly mountainous. While we do have rivers and lakes, the land is heavily segmented. Unlike the flat deserts of the Land of Wind, our geography poses constant structural challenges. In a way, it's precisely because the Land of Wind is so barren and open that such a grand-scale river was even possible. I see. Then it's not worth pursuing. The Land of Earth, on the other hand, shared certain geographic similarities with the Land of Wind, large flatlands, and wide open spaces. Theoretically, this meant a large-scale river system could be constructed there too. They also had the advantage of a strong core of Earth-released shinobi who could ease the construction burden significantly. But one overwhelming issue quashed any ambition from both the Earth daimyo and the Otsutsuki: money. The most recent war had been brutal on the Land of Earth. The conflict with Konoha alone had drained a considerable portion of their military budget. And now, they were scrambling to raise a ransom to retrieve their Four-Tails Jinchuriki. The nation simply did not have the financial capacity to fund a project of such immense scale. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Land of Wind, the fat pig of a daimyo of the Land of Wind was in a jubilant mood, far more animated than usual. Impressive, Kazekage. I had heard you were digging a river, but I assumed it would be a modest stream to water crops. I never imagined such grandeur. You've helped me save face in front of the other four daimyo. Since all the other Kage were accompanying their respective lords, Rasa was naturally doing the same for his. Positioned nearby were familiar figures, the samurai Odin and his loyal retainer, Aoki Yasuno. Rasa responded humbly. You flatter me. I merely sought to repair the damage caused by the tailed beast incident. At the same time, the project was aimed at resolving Sunagakure's long-standing water shortage. Odin, true to form, remained silent and imposing. Aoki Asuno, however, wasn't one to let matters rest. Kazekage Dano, while the daimyo did grant permission for the construction of the River of the Flowing Sand, he did not grant exclusive rights to its profits, correct? So why have we yet to see any of the river's income reported to the daimyo's office? Chapter 243, Exchange. After Aoki Asuno's blunt remark, the expressions of the Sunagakure entourage shifted subtly. Rasa's gaze darkened. In the past, he might have tolerated such a tone, perhaps even spared the man some dignity, but now, that time had passed. Humph. And who do you think you are? I am the Kazekage. I'm speaking with the daimyo. When did it become your place to interrupt? What did you say? Aoki's eyes flared with anger, and he looked ready to retort, but Rasa's icy tone cut him off before he could speak. Daimyo Dano, I suggest we not let a spectacle like this distract from the scenery ahead. The plump daimyo let out a relaxed, amused chuckle as a silly smile spread across his face. Don't take offense, Kazekage. That's just how Aoki is. He means well. There have been some rumors floating around the estate, that's all. All right, Aoki, step aside. Although clearly displeased, Aoki still backed off without a word. Only then did the daimyo speak again, his voice calm yet deliberate. Kazekage, I trust you, of that, I have no doubt. And what you once said rings true, the daimyo's estate and Sunagakure are equals. Still, I can't say I haven't heard the rumors. You're right, Rasa replied, his tone even. Then, Daimyo Dano, what are your thoughts? He knew that if the daimyo was willing to bring this up here, he must already have something in mind. Sure enough. Kazekage, I've heard that you only have one wife? Behind Rasa, both Maki and Anoka exchanged glances, their surprise evident. As a man, how can you settle for just one wife? Look at me, 3 wives in the inner court, and 7 concubines besides. Anoka's face twisted, her expression turning cold in an instant. I happen to have a younger sister, Princess Tamako. Skin like white jade. If you're willing, perhaps we can tie our houses together more closely. In that moment, Rasa finally understood the daimyo's true motive. But there was absolutely no way he would allow this man to succeed. If he wanted women, with the power he currently held, he could have any kind he wished. Forgive me, Daimyo Dano, but I'll have to decline. Oh? Why? Are you not interested in deepening our bond? You misunderstand. It's not that. You may not know, but my wife is currently pregnant. To take another woman during such a time would be a grave insult to her. The daimyo was caught completely off guard. He hadn't expected such an answer, and it was a reason he couldn't easily refute. I see. I was being too hasty. You truly are a devoted husband, Kazekage. Then perhaps, once your wife gives birth, we can revisit the matter. What do you think? This time, Rasa didn't refuse. After all, that was still more than half a year away. By then, at the rate things were advancing, Sunagakure would no longer be tethered to the daimyo's estate at all. Very well. At Rasa's agreement, the daimyo's wide grin returned. Excellent. I look forward to the day we become one family, Kazekage. And so, with each of the 5 great nations harboring their own ambitions and secrets, the fleets continued forward. Taking separate waterways, they entered the great river of the flowing sand. As the ships moved deeper inland, the vibrant landscape lining both riverbanks took everyone by surprise. Lush trees swayed gently in the breeze, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even the daimyo of the Land of Wind began to question if this was truly the same barren land he had ruled over for years. But the other Kage noticed something familiar. Would release? The secret was out. Among the 5 great villages, it was no longer a hidden card. And for Minato, it only solidified what he had already suspected. Chakra didn't have to be a weapon. It could become a force of healing, a tool to reshape the world. Ships of this era were painfully slow. Powered only by the wind, their top speed hovered around 15 kilometers per hour. It would take nearly 24 hours to reach Sunagakure from the river's mouth. The daimyo, after their initial excitement faded, retreated to their cabins to rest, unaccustomed to such prolonged journeys. Rasa, however, found himself bored out of his mind. He briefly considered flying back to the village using his sand flight technique, but that would have been an insult to the daimyo, an obvious breach of protocol. Worse, there was no safe or discreet space aboard the ship to train. With nothing better to do, he settled at the bow and started fishing. Perhaps it was the abundance of Senjutsu energy flowing through Sunagakure's expanding territory that attracted wildlife, but the flowing sand river had become teeming with fish. And not just small ones, even in Lake Redo, sharks had begun to appear. Some fishermen who had migrated from other lands and now made their livelihood in Sunagakure quickly took note of the thriving fish population. Wasting no time, they submitted a formal request to Shingo, asking for permission to fish in Lake Redo. Rasa, naturally, approved it. It was another way to provide more food for Sunagakure's people, a simple but meaningful improvement to their daily lives. Just then, Onoka approached quietly and respectfully. "What is it?" "The fourth Hokage from Konoha wishes to see you." "So soon?" "All right, bring him here." Although the 5 Kage from the great nations were now physically close, none of them had met face-to-face yet. Given their positions, they had all chosen to wait for the formal summit upon arrival in Sunagakure. Before long, Minato appeared on the deck of the Land of Wind's flagship. Walking beside him were 3 young shinobi. Rasa gave them a quick look, eyes narrowing slightly. "These are Konohagakure's younger generation participating in the final round of the competition?" "Yes. Although, to be precise, only Kakashi will actually be competing." Indeed, the 3 behind Minato were none other than his own students, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. Since becoming Hokage, Minato had been overwhelmed with responsibilities and had little time to mentor them. Feeling somewhat guilty, he brought them along on this journey. With so many clan representatives attending, adding 3 more was hardly an issue. But as the children stood there, it was obvious they were uneasy. They were in the presence of the Fourth Kazekage, a man whispered about in Konoha like a living legend or a demon. His fearsome reputation was known across the entire shinobi world. Even Kakashi, usually composed and serious beyond his years, struggled to hide his nerves. Then Rasa spoke, and his words sent a chill through all 3. "Konoha's quite daring, aren't they? If I recall correctly, this brat's father is Tsukumo Hatake, isn't he? The same Tsukumo who killed Elder Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law." Obito and Rin turned sharply, their faces frozen in shock. Kakashi's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Onoka narrowed her eyes, her gaze settling on the boy. Minato remained unshaken, his voice steady. "I don't believe Kazekage-dano would bear a grudge against a child." Rasa's expression gave nothing away. "I don't. But others might not be as rational." The moment he finished speaking, Onoka unleashed a wave of killing intent without hesitation. It hit the 3 students like a gust of icy wind. Kakashi instinctively dropped into a defensive stance. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Rasa said with a faint smirk. "Onoka is also technically one of Elder Chiyo's disciples." Even Minato's expression grew tense at that. Fortunately, Rasa didn't press the issue further. "Enough. You didn't rush over just to parade Konoha's future stars in front of me, did you?" Relieved, Minato gave a small, almost sheepish smile. "It might sound strange, but aside from giving the children a broader perspective, I did want to ask you something about village administration. Kazekage-dano, you've done far better than I have in that field." This time, not only Rasa, but also Onoka and all 3 students looked stunned. "Ha ha ha." Rasa burst out laughing. "Interesting. Since you're being so sincere, I'd look small-minded if I refused to share anything." He paused briefly, then said, "You still remember what happened last year, when your elder Danzo attacked me, don't you?" He wasn't bringing it up to reignite past conflicts. If you can figure out why I chose to let him go, maybe then, you'll start to understand what it truly means to be a Kage. Chapter 244, Commencement. After a long and anxious wait, the long-anticipated Five Great Nations Conference, an event with unprecedented significance, watched closely not only by the entire shinobi world but also by the entire continent, had finally begun. Under a sky filled with drifting flower petals and the rhythmic thunder of ceremonial drums, Sunagakure transformed into a sea of celebration, brimming with excitement and grandeur the village had never experienced before. The main street, stretching from Lake Reto all the way to Kazekage Tower, was lined with crowds on both sides. Locals and foreigners stood shoulder to shoulder, erupting in cheers as one magnificent carriage after another rolled past. In preparation for this monumental occasion, Sunagakure had spent months expanding its central avenue. It was now broad enough to allow 10 four-horse carriages to ride side by side, turning it into a proud artery worthy of hosting such a historic procession. At the head of the parade were the carriages representing the 5 great nations, each marked by the distinguished crest of its daimyo. Every carriage was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, painted in vivid hues, adorned with intricate decorations, guarded by squads of elite soldiers, flanked by graceful maidservants, and accompanied by court musicians whose melodies floated through the air. The flower petals scattered along the road by elegant maidens turned the path into a vibrant tapestry, letting the citizens of Sunagakure witness for the first time the wealth and extravagance of the noble class. Behind the daimyo came the 5 Kage themselves, riding in honor those still arranged by rank. Even though this was Rasa's domain, as the Kazekage, he still rode behind the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Nevertheless, as the host, he occupied the central position among the 5 Kage, the symbolic pivot of the summit. Following them were the various nobles and high-ranking clan representatives from each nation. Among the countless carriages, one stood out, emblazoned with the crest of the Uchiha clan. From within, a small face peeked out, eyes round with wonder as they took in the lively streets and the crowd surging on either side. "Father, is this really Sunagakure? It's completely different from what we were taught in class." Inside the carriage sat Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan, representing the Land of Fire at the summit. His gaze was locked outside, taking in the bustling village with a rare look of astonishment. The Sunagakure he remembered had been dry, barren, and quiet. But now! This is exactly why I brought you and Shursui along, Itachi. The books you've read are already out of date. Sitting across from them, Shursui Uchiha was equally amazed, unable to tear his eyes from the window. This Kazekage is something else. Turning a place like this into such a thriving hub, he's no ordinary man. Inside another carriage bearing the symbol of the Hyuga clan, the younger Hyuga brothers were no less shocked. Their Byakugan allowed them to see past the surface, and what they saw astonished them even more. "Brother, it looks like the intel from the village wasn't wrong. That Kazekage has really mastered wood release, and he's using it at an absurdly advanced level." Hayashi Hyuga, who had recently inherited leadership of the clan, gave a long, measured sigh. "This is not good news for us." Meanwhile, in the Ino, Shika, Cho trio's carriage, the mood was less solemn, though not without tension. "This Kazekage really has a thing for money," Nara Shikaku muttered with a half-smile. "Just to roll through the village in a carriage, he charged us 1,000 ryo." Inoichi Yamanaka chuckled and shrugged. "Still, I'd rather have a Kazekage obsessed with money than one obsessed with war." Choza Akimichi, resting one elbow on the window, nodded as he watched the lively streets. "But judging by what we're seeing, this village won't be beneath us for long. At this rate, they'll surpass not just Konoha, but every other hidden village. Especially with a leader like him." Their carriage fell into a thoughtful silence as the weight of that realization sank in. Inside one of the carriages from Kirigakure, the younger shinobi accompanying the Fourth Kazekage were nearly slack-jawed. Compared to the stifling, secretive, and militarized atmosphere of their own village, this place felt almost like another world. It was dazzling, colorful, open, alive. So lively. "Hey, anyone want to go shopping later?" said a cheerful voice. It belonged to none other than Meitarumi, the fourth Mizuki's 14-year-old disciple, her eyes gleaming as she clung to the window like an excited tourist seeing a metropolis for the first time. No interest. Our duty is to protect Mizuki-sama, came the terse reply from a man whose sharp, shark-like features and slate-blue skin resembled those of a sea predator. You're no fun, Kisame. What about you, Mangetsu? Mei pouted, turning toward the white-haired boy beside her. I don't really care for shopping either. Mangetsu replied with a casual shrug, arms folded across his chest. But I'm curious to see what kind of shinobi Sunagakure is raising. Mei's playful tone turned serious for a moment as her expression shifted. Hey, don't forget what Mizuki-sama told us. Relax, I haven't forgotten. I'll behave, mostly. Hee. Mangetsu gave her a sly grin, the kind that promised trouble. Inside one of Kumogakure's carriages, the future Fourth Kazekage sat silently, his massive arms crossed over his chest. Across from him were Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, and Yujito Ni, the vessel of the Two Tails. Since the Kazekage had demonstrated his terrifying mastery over wood release and the ability to seal-tailed beasts, the Third Kazekage had increased the protection around his village's Jinchuriki tenfold. But when he received Minato's personal message about the Five Nations Conference, he made a rare and calculated decision. It is to bring his Jinchuriki with him. Opportunities like this didn't come often. The summit wasn't just a political gathering, it was a symbol of the shinobi world's evolving future. And the Kazekage believed his Jinchuriki had every right to witness it for themselves. For the next month, both of you observe everything carefully. He instructed with a tone that brooked no argument. From the smallest details to the structure of Sunagakure itself. If the Fourth Kazekage can elevate his village to this level, we must find out how. Whatever secrets he has, we'll bring them back with us to Kumogakure. You got it, brother. We won't miss a thing. B declared, his usual swagger tempered by the seriousness of the mission. Understood, Yujito added calmly. Inside one of Iwagakure's more subdued carriages, Akatsuki sat in rigid silence, his eyes never leaving the man seated across from him, Victor. This mysterious figure had appeared in their village less than a month ago. Although his entrance had been wrapped in politeness and medical miracles, neither Akatsuki nor his father trusted him. Inoki had already briefed Akatsuki privately. Victor's sudden rise in Kirigakure and now his appearance in Iwagakure were not coincidences. He was clearly aligned with someone powerful, someone manipulating things behind the scenes. And yet, Inoki had let him stay. Because Victor had demonstrated medical ninjutsu beyond anything even Iwagakure's top medics could replicate. Injuries once deemed untreatable were healed with ease. His skills were simply too valuable to discard. The old Otsutsuki had no choice. The pressure that Sunagakure was putting on them through Rasa's innovation, power, and strategy was becoming suffocating. Even someone like Inoki, who had once fought Madara Uchiha, was beginning to crack. And now, it felt like the Fourth Kazekage was outpacing even that terrifying specter from the past. Victor, of course, could feel the distrust oozing from the Iwagakure shinobi, but he didn't mind. As he stared out the window at the transformation of Sunagakure, a faint smirk played across his face. Let them watch. Let them doubt. After this conference, they would all understand how weak they truly were. Once Lord Jigen's vision was realized, shinobi wouldn't be rulers or warriors. They would be relics. And by then, there would be no resistance left. Far away, in the hidden sanctum of the Land of Valleys, Ishiki Otsutsuki, still hidden inside the shell of Jigen, opened his eyes. Through Victor's gaze, he observed Sunagakure. He hadn't intended to act so soon, but the sudden rise in natural energy, this unexpected surge in global chakra flow, had forced him to accelerate his plans. His goals remained the same, to harvest this world, absorb its chakra, and ascend to godhood. He wouldn't tolerate interference, not from Rasa, not from the other Kage, not from anyone. The shinobi world was fractured and weak. A few calculated tests would be enough to expose their futility. And so, while the entire shinobi world watched with bated breath and the masses gathered at the grand venue meticulously prepared by Sunagakure, the true core of the Five Nations Conference was finally about to begin. The Five Kage Summit. Chapter 245, Peace Agenda. To accommodate the arrival of these high-ranking guests from distant lands, Sunagakure had cleared out the two 8-story buildings closest to the Kazekage Tower. One of them was designated for the visitors from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, while the other housed those from the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Each of the 5 daimyo was provided with a private villa, separate from the rest. This time, their visit was almost entirely for leisure. Despite their prestigious titles, the daimyo of this backward era no longer wielded much real authority. Their direct control extended only to the major cities surrounding their respective government residences. Beyond that, the rest of their territories functioned in a self-sufficient, nearly autonomous fashion. Their military strength was no match for that of any shinobi village. The only advantage they held over the shinobi system was their control of military funding. That alone was the reason Rasa hadn't chosen to sever ties with them openly. He didn't need to. In reality, the daimyo's influence over Sunagakure had already diminished to a negligible level. Their occasional interference was still bearable. However, if he declared total independence, Sunagakure would instantly become a target for every major faction. In a world where bloodlines, social hierarchy, and status were deeply rooted in the people's consciousness, any act of rebellion would provoke the wrath of the elite circles across the shinobi world. For now, that was a risk Rasa was not prepared to take. The Five Great Nations Conference, in essence, had little to do with the daimyo. Their role was simply to enjoy the food and entertainment. On the very first day, the 5 daimyo were treated to a lavish banquet hosted by Sunagakure. In addition to the daimyo and the 5 kage, clan leaders and noble representatives from each visiting nation were also invited to attend. After the banquet, Sunagakure permitted the daimyo and their entourages to move freely throughout the village. Pampered and idle, the daimyo continued to indulge in fine meals and entertainment under the attentive service of Sunagakure's staff, awaiting the commencement of the Desert Flower Chunin exams. The 5 kage, however, had no such luxury. The morning after the banquet, they were already back at work. Each kage, accompanied by 2 escorts, made their way to the conference hall that Sunagakure had specially arranged. This was where the heart of the Five Great Nations Conference was about to unfold. Inside the vast chamber, a large circular stone table stood at the center, flanked by 5 ornate chairs arranged in the shape of a pentagon. Representing Sunagakure were the Fourth Kazekage Rasa, Baki, and Saramu. From Konoha came the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, along with Shikaku Nara and Yamanaka Inoichi. Kumogakure sent the 3rd Raikage, the future 4th Raikage, and Darui. Iwagakure was represented by the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, Akatsuki, and Higashi Shirnin. From Kirigakure came the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi, Juzo Biwa, and Mangetsu Hozuki. Once everyone was seated, the meeting formally began. Yet an awkward silence quickly took hold. The Kage exchanged cautious glances, each waiting for the other to speak first. Observing this tension, Rasa took the initiative to break the silence. Although this meeting is being held in our Sunagakure, the one who proposed the conference was the Hokage. So I suggest we allow him to take on the role of host. Minato was momentarily caught off guard but responded with a grateful smile. I understand. If no one objects, then I'll humbly accept the role. The other 3 Kage nodded their agreement without hesitation. Thank you all for your trust, Minato said as his gaze swept across the room, then he continued. First of all, I must thank everyone for being here today and allowing this 5 Kage summit to proceed smoothly. That said, I'd like to confirm something. All of you came here with the same purpose, didn't you? To put an end to this war. As soon as Minato's words landed, the 3rd Raikage responded immediately. Hokage, peace isn't something that can be achieved just by speaking it aloud. We've suffered heavy losses in this war. Therefore, someone has to be held accountable for that. Inoki was quick to interject. Compensation, Raikage? And who exactly do you expect to pay it? Konoha? In war, death and destruction are inevitable. No side has won yet. If we're really going to talk about compensation, then Mizukage, shouldn't Kirigakure be the one offering an explanation? Though short in stature, Yagura's presence carried undeniable weight. Explanation? Tsuchikage, Kirigakure has nothing to explain. We've suffered as well. The third Mizukage took his own life to atone for our mistakes, and we lost the 6 tails. What more do you want from us? Inoki scoffed. That's an internal matter, and so it has nothing to do with Iwagakure. It was Kirigakure's scheming that cost us the 5 tails. And unless I'm mistaken, the one who arrived at Iwagakure back then was the man standing behind you, Juzobiwa, wasn't it? Yagura remained firm. Still not our responsibility. Kirigakure already paid its price. If anything, Iwagakure brought this on itself. Back then, the Kazekage had already agreed to hold talks with you. You little brat, what did you just say? As the tension between Iwagakure and Kirigakure escalated, it seemed a fight could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, the Reikage and Rasa remained quiet, observing from the sidelines. But Minato swiftly stepped in to de-escalate the situation. Enough. This kind of arguing won't lead us anywhere. Before we get into the details, let's first agree on one thing. I, as the Hokage, am willing to set aside all hatred and grudges caused by this war. His declaration stunned the other 4 Kage, even Rasa. After all, if Konohagakure had a primary enemy in this war, Sunagakure would certainly be a top contender. Since the Hokage has taken the initiative, it would seem petty for me to refuse. On behalf of Sunagakure, I also promise to let go of our hatred. Yagura followed suit without hesitation. Kirigakure has no objections. In truth, aside from the incident involving the tailed beasts near the end, Kirigakure's role in the war had been minimal. Seeing the Hokage, Kazekage, and Mizukage in agreement, the Reikage had no choice but to go along. However, Inoki wasn't so easily swayed and raised a pointed question. If we're truly putting aside hatred, then Kazekage, can I take that to mean you'll be returning the 4 tails to Iwagakure? Rasa let out a cold snort. Return him? Certainly. But that depends on how much Iwagakure is willing to offer. And let's not forget that Sunagakure also suffered damages from the attacks involving the 5 and 6 tails. Therefore, we intend to be compensated for every single coin. Inoki's face darkened. Kazekage, is this what you call letting go of hatred? Isn't it? If I hadn't let go of hatred, would I even be entertaining the idea of returning the 4 tails? We may no longer need the power of tailed beasts, but that doesn't mean we're unwilling to keep one. You! Inoki was so angry he was momentarily speechless, but it was Yagura who turned to ask the next question. Then what kind of compensation would satisfy Sunagakure? Rasa had already anticipated that. We're not being unreasonable. Back during the first 5 Kage summit, how much did Kirigakure pay in military funds to acquire the 6 tails from Hashirama Senju? Just give us that same amount. Yagura replied without delay. That's impossible. While we are sorry for the loss of the 6 tails, it's dead now. If it were still alive, perhaps we could consider it. You refuse? Then there's nothing more to talk about. And just like that, the negotiations hit a stalemate right from the very start. Chapter 246, Ongoing Discussion. Kazekage, that price is indeed a bit high. Minato Namikaze stepped in to mediate. High? I don't think so. But if Kirigakure really thinks it's too much, I could offer a discount. What comes afterward, though, I can't promise anything. Everyone frowned at once, sensing the deeper meaning behind Rasa's words. What does the Kazekage mean by that? It's simple. Tailed beasts are immortal. Once the 6 tails revives, whoever captures it gets to keep it. The third Reikage's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, now that's an interesting idea. Because that would mean Kumogakure could go after the 6 tails and 5 tails too. This time, Inoki looked even more anxious than Yagura. Don't joke around. The allocation of the tailed beasts was a system established decades ago at the first 5 Kage summit. The third Raikage grinned slyly. Oi, Anoki, why are you so worked up? That was decades ago. Times have changed. You bastard, what did you just say? At that moment, both the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage looked visibly upset, while the Raikage was clearly enjoying the drama. Rasa, on the other hand, remained calm. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Minato sighed inwardly. As the host of this summit, he stepped forward again. The existing system does serve a purpose. After all, no one can guarantee that their village's tailed beast won't run into some kind of accident. The Raikage's expression darkened immediately. Hokage, are you threatening me? After all, the 8 tails and Kumogakure had once gone on a rampage. If it weren't for the third Raikage's own sacrifice back then to reseal it, it might have ended up just like the 5 tails and 6 tails. Of course, Minato wasn't afraid of the Raikage's threat. No, you misunderstand, Raikage. I'm simply stating facts. Humph. The Raikage snorted and turned his eyes toward Rasa. He understood perfectly that Minato was using Rasa to pressure him. At present, only Rasa had proven capable of killing a tailed beast single-handedly. The Raikage honestly couldn't guarantee that the 2 tailed beasts in his village wouldn't meet the same fate as those in Iwagakure. Seeing that, Minato looked to Rasa and continued. Kazekage, the price you just proposed really is too high. I think the reason we are all gathered here is to stop the wars. So rather than waste time, why don't you just name a price you can accept? A price I can accept? Humph. Rasa showed no intention of backing down. Hokage, are you joking? Do you really think the lives of the civilians from Sunagakure who died in this tailed beast incident aren't even worth this amount? After saying that, Rasa turned to look at the other 4 Kage. If any of you think it's not worth it, I could always take a tailed beast on a little stroll through your villages. That threatening tone from Rasa immediately cast a heavy atmosphere over the meeting room. Minato realized just how forceful Rasa was but remained undeterred. He turned toward Inoki and Yagura. Then, Tsuchikage and Mizukage, what price can your villages accept? Inoki and Yagura exchanged glances. The room fell into silence for a moment, but perhaps realizing there was no avoiding the matter in the end, Yagura spoke up first. 30%. Kirigakure is willing to pay 30% of the original military funds used to purchase the 6 tails, as compensation for the chaos caused by the tailed beast incident in Sunagakure. What about Iwagakure? Inoki's eyes darted quickly. If that's the case, Iwagakure is also willing to pay 30%. As for our Jinchuriki, we... Before Inoki could finish, Rasa cut him off. There's no room for discussion about the Jinchuriki. The fact I'm not raising the price is already generous enough, Inoki. Either you pay the full amount, or just leave the 4 tails with us in Sunagakure. You! Inoki was instantly filled with rage. The others looked like spectators at a performance, while he could only see the helplessness under their indifferent gazes. Minato waited until the atmosphere had settled before turning to Rasa. So then, Kazekage, what do you think of the Mizukage proposal? Can you accept it? What do you think? Rasa paused, feigning contemplation. To be honest, I'm not satisfied with that price. And I'm sure the others in our village wouldn't agree to it either. But, as the Hokage said, the fact that we are all sitting here means none of us wish for the war to continue. Sunagakure is willing to show some sincerity. Minato and Yagura's eyes lit up instantly. But just 30% is still too little, so I do have some additional conditions. As long as Kirigakure is willing to represent the land of water and accept them, then I'll agree. Yagura's expression darkened again, clearly displeased that Rasa specifically referred to the land of water rather than just Kirigakure. Kazekage, what are your conditions? It's simple. You must have noticed on your way here that our Sunagakure is bustling with activity right now. Many merchants from other countries are doing business here. But unfortunately, merchants from the land of water, land of fire, land of earth, and land of lightning are few. Everyone present immediately understood the implication. Unlike the smaller nations whose merchants now flocked to Sunagakure, the great nations' traders still held deep grudges from the wars and avoided doing business there. So my request is quite reasonable. I want the land of water to open up and welcome merchants from Sunagakure under 3 main terms. First, no unreasonable taxes or fees shall be levied on merchants from Sunagakure. Second, Sunagakure shinobi shall be allowed to operate within the land of water to protect their own merchants. Third, the land of water shall not obstruct its own merchants from doing business in Sunagakure. These conditions left Yagura slightly surprised. To be honest, not just Yagura, everyone else present could feel it. Rasa sounded more like a strategist or a merchant than the leader of a shinobi village. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least he wasn't a warmongering lunatic like Uchiha Madara wielding uncontested power. Yagura gave the conditions some thought. From his standpoint, aside from the second term, which slightly intruded on Kirigakure's domain, the rest didn't impact the village too much. After a moment, he replied, "These matters will need to be discussed with the daimyo." "No problem. There's plenty of time ahead." That was a good sign. The talks between Sunagakure and Kirigakure had made progress. Now, the next issue was Iwagakure. All eyes turned to Inoki, who looked visibly uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and said, "As for making amends for the damage caused to Sunagakure, I can take these conditions to our daimyo as well." "No problem. As long as the land of earth agrees to the conditions I proposed, we can let go of the matter concerning the 5 tails." "What about the 4 tails?" "Oi, don't get too greedy, Otsutsuki." At that point, Rasa's gaze turned sharper, his words tinged with subtle intent. "So that's how it is, Otsutsuki. I've heard you never got along with the 4 tails Jinchuriki. Could it be that you actually don't intend to bring the Jinchuriki back? If that's the case, I do have a discounted option. I could extract the tailed beast and hand it over to you separately. In that case, I wouldn't mind giving you a 30% discount." Chapter 247, Imbalance. Rasa's words had driven Inoki into a silent rage, but with so many eyes on him, that Otsutsuki had no choice but to swallow his pride. Ultimately, Iwagakure paid the same price to retrieve its Jinchuriki as it had when it bought the 4 tails from Konoha years ago. Of course, Inoki wasn't truly enraged. He had already considered this outcome among the possible losses, and now that it had come to pass, he accepted it without further fuss. With that matter settled, the morning session of the summit had finally achieved some tangible progress. After a short break at midday, the conference resumed for the afternoon session. Compared to the confusion and tension of the morning start, Minato had clearly grown more comfortable in his role as host. With his confidence now solidified and some success under his belt, he carried himself with far more poise. "Well then, fellow Kage, starting this afternoon, we'll be getting into the true purpose of this 5 Kage summit." Minato's voice softened, thoughtful and sincere. "Since our forebears, the original Kage of each great village, established the 5 great shinobi villages over 40 years ago, the world has known no true peace. Almost every decade, a new war spreads like wildfire across the shinobi lands. These wars bring nothing but destruction and deepen the hatred among our people. So, if there's any possibility at all, I hope that with all of us here, we might find a way forward, a way to pursue peace." As soon as he finished speaking, Inoki, having dealt with the issue that had weighed most heavily on him, slipped right back into his usual defiant and sarcastic demeanor. "Stop joking, Hokage. What you're saying is a complete waste of time. If you really want peace, it's simple, just get rid of Konoha." At that moment, even the previously antagonistic Third Shinobi joined in, his expression stern. "That's right. The Land of Fire holds the most fertile lands in the entire shinobi world. And what about the rest of us? We struggle while you thrive. The Kazekage knows this better than anyone. Everything he's done for Sunagakure has been to fight against that imbalance. But unlike him, the rest of us don't have that kind of strength. If you truly want peace, have your daimyo share that wealth. Let them hand over some land to the other 4 nations. The Mizukage nodded slightly and added his voice to the rising tide. He's right. Even our Kirigakure has long struggled under similar conditions. Rasa, however, remained silent. He understood all too well that these words, though bold, were ultimately empty. As expected, Minato's expression didn't change. His gaze remained steady, calm. You all know that's impossible. Then what's the point of all your talk, Hokage? The third Raikage growled, slamming a hand on the table. Minato let his eyes sweep across the gathered Kage and slowly asked a single question. Do you all really love war that much? That question was like lighting a match in a powder keg. Both Inoki and the Raikage pounded their fists onto the table, their tempers flaring instantly. Am I wrong? Yes, perhaps Konoha does enjoy the best geographical location among the 5 great villages, but that's not something we inherited without effort. It was built by the blood and sacrifice of our predecessors. And don't forget, during all 3 great shinobi wars, it was Konoha that was attacked the most by all of you. Minato stared directly at the 4 other Kage in front of him. It's true that your villages exist in harsher environments. But let's not pretend those landscapes don't offer strategic advantages. Take Sunagakure, for example. Isn't easy to defend, hard to attack the perfect way to describe this village? Meanwhile, Konoha is completely exposed, with no natural defenses at all. Is that so? In that case, why don't we switch places, Hokage? Inoki sneered, completely unfazed and unapologetic. Having listened quietly until now, Rasa finally opened his mouth, cutting through the rising tension. All right, that's enough of this childish bickering. As soon as Rasa spoke, all eyes turned toward him. Among the current 5 Kage, he was the one recognized as the strongest in the shinobi world. Naturally, his words carried unmatched weight. Oh, Kazekage, do you have something to say? The third Raikage asked, his tone curious but edged with challenge. Rasa calmly tapped the table, letting the quiet draw attention before glancing around the room. His gaze finally settled on Minato as he began to speak. Trying to end war in this world is impossible. Hokage, you need to let go of such naive ideas, at least for now. Minato's confusion was plain in his expression, but before he could reply, Rasa continued, his voice steady and thoughtful. As long as the geographical disparity between our 5 great nations remains, and as long as we, the military leaders of those nations, continue to hold power, true peace will remain unreachable. If peace were ever achieved, to say something almost laughable, we shinobi would lose the very reason for our existence. Ha ha ha. The third Raikage burst into laughter, slamming a fist lightly on the table. Kazekage is absolutely right. We shinobi were born for war. Without conflict, why would the daimyos even bother keeping us around? Rasa didn't acknowledge the Raikage's outburst and simply continued, his voice now carrying a deeper weight. Still, the Hokage isn't wrong either. None of us truly enjoys war. Especially as leaders, we've seen far too many of our own people fall on the battlefield. Many of those we buried were our family, our friends. Kazekage, just what are you trying to say? Inoki's voice held a trace of irritation as he leaned forward. It's simple. The current tension throughout the shinobi world stems from the imbalance in military strength among the 5 great villages. And among us, Konoha power stands far above the rest. Minato seemed ready to object, but Rasa raised his hand and cut in without hesitation. Don't deny it, Hokage. All of us here can see it clearly. Your village is home to what were once the 2 mightiest clans in the shinobi world, the Senju and the Uchiha. And you also have the Hyuga, who are no less formidable. The Uzumaki are closely allied with you. And if that weren't enough, there's still the Sarutobi clan, the Ino Shikacho trio, the Shimura clan, and the Aburame clan. Compared to that, the rest of us, yes, even Sunagakure, are like beggars. Only Kirigakure seems to have retained any real heritage. At that, the other 3 Kage nodded slowly, their expressions grim with agreement. As for Sunagakure, the only truly powerful shinobi we can field right now is me, the Kazekage. We do have Pakura and Mikawa, but your Konoha has the 3 legendary Sannin and a 3rd Hokage who still lives. With that kind of overwhelming force, how can the rest of us feel anything but threatened? Exactly. The 3rd Raikage slammed his palm on the table again, rising partially from his seat. Inoki gave a curt nod and added, "Back then, just one Madara Uchiha was enough to suppress the entire shinobi world. But now Konoha has 2 monsters of similar caliber. Even if Tsunagakure has the Kazekage, it's still just one man. And let's not forget, you control the strongest of all the tailed beasts, the 9 tails. How could any of us possibly feel safe?" The Mizuki's tone was calm, but his words struck just as deeply. Our Kirigakure protects a single Byakugan like a priceless treasure. But in Konoha, you have them by the dozens, along with the Sharingan. For the first time during the summit, Minato found himself at a loss. He furrowed his brows, clearly troubled, and responded slowly. "Kazekage, what you're saying doesn't hold much weight. Those clans you mentioned have been part of Konoha since the village was founded." Rasa shook his head without hesitation. "No, Hokage, it matters greatly. Each of the 3 great shinobi wars, up until now, has largely stemmed from this very imbalance. Under such disparity, the only thing we can do to keep up is to escalate our arms race. But if we can find a way to regulate this imbalance, even a little, then maybe, just maybe, we can reduce the chances of war." Chapter 248, Arms Race. At that moment, Minato seemed to grasp the outline of what Rasa was hinting at, though the exact intent still eluded him. Rather than waste time puzzling it out, he chose to be direct. "Kazekage, please speak plainly." Everyone in the room turned their attention to them, the air tightening with curiosity. Rasa didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. "Before I continue, I'd like to ask all of you a question. What do you believe is the role of Genin on the battlefield?" His question caused the room to fall into an awkward silence. The Kage exchanged looks, uncertain of what Rasa was getting at, and no one offered a response. Seeing this, Rasa continued without waiting. "Since no one wants to answer, I'll be blunt. In my view, Genin are practically useless in battle, except for dying." His words sent a ripple of shock through the room, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Let me put it another way. The shinobi era is very different from the days of the samurai. In the time of the samurai, no matter how powerful a warrior was, he couldn't take on 100 alone. But for shinobi, the rules are different. Against a genin might as well be a statistic. So then, why are we sending Genin to die? Inoki frowned, his voice firm as he responded. "That may be true, but wars aren't determined solely by a few jonin. And jonin are incredibly rare and valuable." "Indeed." The Mizuki agreed, his tone thoughtful. "In any shinobi army, jonin and even chunin function at the level of squad leaders at minimum. Using them for trivial duties isn't practical." Growing impatient, the 3rd Raikage barked out sharply. "Enough with the riddles, Kazekage. Say what you really mean." "Very well." Rasa gave a slight nod and swept his gaze across the table. "My idea is simple. The most straightforward way to balance the military strength between the 5 great nations is for all of us to come to an agreement that limits the number of active shinobi in our villages. It's the most effective solution." "Limit the number of shinobi?" Everyone reacted at once, their shock visible. None of them had anticipated that the Kazekage would suggest such a radical idea. "Kazekage, are you serious? That's impossible. Who could ever enforce such a thing?" The 3rd Raikage shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Please calm down, Raikage. Let's at least hear the Kazekage out." Minato interjected gently, causing the Raikage to sit back with a reluctant huff. Rasa resumed, his tone steady. "There's no need to treat this suggestion as a threat. First of all, limiting the number of shinobi won't truly weaken a village's actual strength. Let's be honest, none of you can deny this fact, only jonin really represent a village's true military power. Even at your village's strongest, the number of jonin never exceeded 1,000. Am I wrong? The other Kage fell into quiet contemplation. No one could deny the truth in his words. In fact, Rasa was being generous with that figure. Realistically, only Konoha at its absolute peak had ever come close to half that number. The requirements to become a jonin demanded a level of talent so rare it was said to appear once in a million. Take Sunigakure, for example. Even after years of sustained rebuilding and training, their number of jonin had only just surpassed 100. As for chunin, the total likely doesn't exceed 5,000. So, fellow Kage, limiting the number of shinobi won't diminish the true strength of your villages. What it will do is spare the lives of genin, those newly promoted children who shouldn't be thrown into war in the first place. At this point, a sharp glint appeared in Inoki's eyes. He was the first to respond, his tone contemplative. So then, Kazekage, what number do you believe would be appropriate? Judging from the current war, I believe we've all gained a sense of each other's military strength. Even Kumogakure, which has aggressively expanded its forces in recent years, maintains shinobi numbers roughly within this range. Am I wrong, Reikage Dano? The Reikage let out a cold snort and remained silent, but the silence only confirmed the truth in Rasa's estimate. In reality, including Konoha and Iwagakure, the three largest villages all hovered around that number. Of course, that figure was before the war. Now, I'm sure most of us have sustained losses. So, my proposal is to use that number as a maximum limit for the total shinobi forces in each village. It won't hinder future growth, but it will help slow down or prevent an arms race. The four other Kage paused to consider his words. Truthfully, it wasn't a small number. For smaller villages like Kirigakure and Sunigakure, it might even exceed their current capacities. Then how do we decide the ratio of jonin to chunin to genin? Minato asked, his tone practical. We don't, Rasa replied simply. It's impossible to stop shinobi from advancing in rank, isn't it? He looked around at them all. The essence of this idea isn't about suppressing development. It's about protecting genin and encouraging each of our villages to prioritize nurturing our younger generations. Everyone slowly nodded, clearly agreeing with the direction of his proposal. But just then, the third Reikage broke the silence, his voice suspicious. Then how do we ensure that everyone actually honors the agreement? Shinobi data is top secret in every village. That's the most critical issue. Rasa acknowledged calmly. Then, after a brief pause, he turned to them again. First of all, I'm sure none of your spies planted in other villages are just there to enjoy the scenery. At once, the expressions of everyone present stiffened. No one needed to say anything, the truth was obvious. Second, I have another suggestion. I believe the time has come for us shinobi to unite. Unite? That sudden declaration threw the room into another wave of surprise. Yes. Right now, it's just us, the 5 great villages, in this room. So let me speak plainly. Ask yourselves, why do wars keep breaking out between the 5 of us? After all the destruction, what do we really gain, whether we win or lose? Who are we even fighting for? For our own villages? Or for the daimyo behind them? The chamber fell into utter silence. Everyone's brows furrowed. These weren't easy questions, and none of them were naive. Rasa's bluntness left no room for misunderstanding. As the Reikage said earlier, if we don't address the root of this issue, even if we manage to cap our military growth and stop the arms race, peace will be nothing but a temporary illusion. Because even if we don't want to fight, the daimyo might still force us to draw our blades. As he spoke, Rasa's eyes turned sharp and unwavering as they swept across the others. So I'll ask this, deep down, what matters more to each of you, the lives of the shinobi in your village, or completing missions? What does it truly mean to be a shinobi? Silence fell again, even heavier than before. Rasa's words were nearly heretical. None of them had an answer. Especially not now, when the 5 daimyo were resting less than 5 kilometers away. Then, as if struck by realization, Minato's eyes shifted. After a brief moment of thought, he steadied himself and asked. Then, Kazekage, do you have a concrete proposal? Of course I do. Rasa replied without hesitation. In fact, what we're doing right now, this summit, is already the perfect starting point. Let the 5 great shinobi villages take the lead and unite the smaller nations across the shinobi world. Together, we can form a shinobi allied council. A neutral body where we supervise one another, communicate openly, and resolve disputes before they ignite into war. Chapter 249, Shinobi Allied Forces Council. Night had fallen over Sunagakure. After a long day of intense negotiation, the Kage and their entourages returned to their designated residences, visibly weary. Inside the building assigned to Konohagakure's delegation, the Fourth Hokage, Minato, convened a private meeting with his closest advisors, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka. Though a full month remained before the summit concluded, the bold and sweeping proposal Rasa had introduced left them with no choice but to deliberate immediately. This Kazekage is just as bold as ever, Shikaku said coolly, exhaling smoke into the low light of the room, his expression unreadable in the dimness. Yeah, I was completely stunned when he said it. I didn't even get a chance to say anything all afternoon. Choza added with a shake of his head. Inoichi, having just been briefed by his longtime comrades, turned to Minato, who sat in silence, deep in thought. Minato, what are your thoughts? Minato didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Shikaku. Shikaku, do you think the Kazekage's idea is viable? The question caught Shikaku off guard for a moment. He took a breath, thought it over carefully, then replied. Viable? Yes, absolutely. It's based on the same principles the first Hokage used when he brought the clans together and established the system of shinobi villages. It's a new framework for the entire shinobi world. But the pushback will be severe. The daimyo definitely won't approve. Even though the daimyo and shinobi villages are supposedly equal partners, the reality is that even now, long after the first Hokage's era, we in Konoha still have to bow to the daimyo. And they won't be pleased seeing the 5 great villages start uniting. Minato exhaled slowly. Of course, he had considered that. But something about Rasa's proposal had struck a deep chord with him. Inoichi leaned forward slightly and added. But it's a good idea. If the 5 great shinobi villages could communicate as openly and directly as we did today at the 5 Kage summit, a lot of future conflict could be avoided. Dialogue changes things. Minato's eyes reflected a flicker of temptation, but Choza noticed and stepped in cautiously. Take it easy, Minato. You haven't been Hokage for long. Don't be too quick to take the lead on something this massive. Minato gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Then what about the proposal to limit the number of shinobi? The 3 men before him weren't just advisors, they were the central figures of 3 major clans. Their input carried immense weight in Konoha's political landscape. On this matter, there was little hesitation. All 3 seemed to agree. From both a personal and village-wide standpoint, it made sense. The arms race between villages had been draining and unsustainable. After considering it further, Shikaku gave an honest response. It's a sound idea. The major clans won't oppose it. Their children already dominate the genin ranks. As for civilian children, even if the competition becomes tougher, the effects won't be noticeable for another decade or so. And if the 5 great villages agree to it, the pressure we're all under will ease up considerably. I see. Then let's move in that direction for now. Yeah. Elsewhere in Sunagakure, similar meetings were underway in the quarters of Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. The mood across them was strikingly similar. Everyone recognized that the proposed Shinobi Allied Forces Council was a solid, even visionary idea. Yet none of them dared be the first to bring it up. Each of those villages depended heavily on financial support from their respective daimyo, especially for military expenditures. To suggest something like a unified council without that backing would be tantamount to defiance. Inside the Kazekage Tower, Baki and Saramu, two of the few who truly understood the full scope of Rasa's intentions, felt a quiet unease settle over them. Though it wasn't exactly his place as ANBU commander, Baki couldn't remain silent and chose to test the waters. Kazekage-sama, about your proposal for the Shinobi Allied Forces Council. I don't think the other four Kage will agree. Saramu, having spent more than a year living in Sunagakure and now fully familiar with the structure and priorities of a shinobi village, added her voice. Baki's right, Kazekage-sama. Even if they like the idea, none of them will risk being the first to openly support it. Mincham. Rasa nodded without surprise. That's to be expected. I only raised the idea as bait. Rasa said, his tone calm and controlled. None of them will dare speak of it beyond those walls. Once the seed of suspicion is sown, it's nearly impossible to uproot. None of them wants to give their daimyo a reason to grow uneasy. Then, Kazekage-sama, what are you truly aiming for? Baki asked. He could tell there was more behind Rasa's maneuver. My thoughts are simple. Even if the other four great nations and their shinobi villages refuse to participate, Sunagakure must proceed on its own. Don't forget, beyond the five great nations, the shinobi world is still filled with small countries. If we can unite them under us, then even if we are forced to confront the other great nations one day, we'll have nothing to fear. Both Baki and Saramu were stunned. Neither had expected Rasa's ambitions to extend so far. In fact, we've already made a strong start. The Land of Demons has established solid cooperation with us. Once the summit concludes, Daikoku, Ishitomo, and Rakuseki will return there to help build their own shinobi village. And as for Amigakure, Nagato is maturing rapidly. It's only a matter of time before the Land of Rain falls into our hands. Among the remaining small nations, aside from Kuzugakure, Takigakure, and the Land of Iron, most lack the strength to resist our reach. What had once seemed like a grand illusion now felt almost within reach. Rasa's analysis laid out a realistic path to a larger shinobi alliance, one not centered around the five great nations. Then, Kazekage-sama, what exactly are your instructions? Baki asked, his voice firm with renewed purpose. The second section of the River of Flowing Sand, which connects to the Land of Demons, will begin construction right after the summit ends. Once it's complete, the transformation in the Land of Demons will become impossible to ignore for the other small nations. That alone will take at least 6 months. Meanwhile, Sunagakure will need a full year to make all the necessary preparations. But the ANBU should begin moving immediately. Baki blinked, unsure of what exactly Rasa had in mind. But the Kazekage wasted no time in giving direct orders. Baki, starting tomorrow, during the upcoming ninja qualification trials, I want you to observe carefully. From all the children participating, select a few, quietly. These will be the seeds of our future covert operations. Don't prioritize talent. With the Sage Curse mark we now have in Sunagakure, even those with no natural aptitude for ninjutsu can be forged into formidable shinobi. What I need are children who blend into the background, ones with resilience, discretion, and intelligence. Understand? Hi! Baki gave a small laugh. Of course he understood. From now on, in addition to their standard academy curriculum, these selected children will be secretly trained and molded into future ANBU operatives. Once they graduate, they'll be sent out to infiltrate the small nations. At this point, even without Rasa stating it outright, Baki saw the entire blueprint unfolding in his mind. I understand, Kazekage-sama. I won't disappoint you. Good. Rasa then turned to Saramu. Saramu, pass down the order. From this day on, the Desert Flower Shinobi Trials will officially replace the Chunin exams as our village's main promotion system. Based on each participant's overall performance, we'll assign them either Genin or Chunin ranks. These trials will be held once every 3 years. That way, each generation will have at least 2 opportunities to qualify as shinobi. Beginning with the second round of Desert Flower Trials, automatic promotion to Jinin after graduating from the academy will end. From then on, only those who pass the Desert Flower Shinobi trials will be recognized as Shinobi of Sunagakure. Saramu nodded, understanding the full weight of Rasa's intent. With Sunagakure's population steadily rising, if they didn't start controlling the number of Jinin now, it wouldn't be long before their total shinobi count surpassed that of the other 4 great villages. What about those who failed both attempts at the trials? Failing twice would mean they're unsuited to become shinobi. But that doesn't mean they're useless. There are many other essential roles in the village where their talents can be put to good use. I understand. Minchum. That's all I needed to say. The first Desert Flower Shinobi trials begin tomorrow. Oversee it carefully. I don't want any mistakes. Chapter 250, Shinobi Examination. The third day of the 5 Great Nations Conference dawned with Sunagakure already alive and teeming with people. From the crack of morning, the village buzzed with activity. The streets were full of color and chatter, animated by merchants, travelers, and shinobi alike. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the village had become a melting pot of cultures, with ninja from across the 5 great nations walking side by side through the scorching desert outpost. Curious and wide-eyed, shinobi from distant lands strolled through the vibrant thoroughfares of Sunagakure. Many were young and inexperienced, having rarely set foot beyond the borders of their home villages. On their first day, most had been tense. Their training and village doctrines had instilled a deep-rooted caution. Shinobi villages were not meant to be welcoming places for outsiders. They were strict, patrolled, and paranoid. Movement was usually limited, surveillance was omnipresent, and local shinobi kept their distance. But when they arrived in Sunagakure, reality had defied expectation. Here, they were met not with suspicion, but with open arms. No one followed their every move. No ANBU agents loomed in the shadows. The people of Sunagakure greeted them warmly and treated them with casual friendliness, especially after learning they were guests from the other great villages. The younger ninjas were baffled. Why were they being welcomed like celebrities? The older shinobi, more worldly and shrewd, could see it clearly. The look in the villagers' eyes was a familiar one: hunger for prosperity. This was a village desperate to grow, to rise, and to secure its future. Even so, the sincerity in their greetings was undeniable, and it left an impression. Among the foreign visitors blending into the crowd were 2 brothers of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, the dignified clan head, and his younger sibling, Hizashi. Their byakugan concealed beneath faintly tinted visors, they wandered quietly through the marketplace. Sunagakure really is something else, brother, Hizashi said, his tone a mixture of wonder and confusion. The streets were brimming with life, but not a trace of tension lingered in the air. Hayashi, rarely one to be moved by atmosphere, gave a small nod, his stern features softening slightly. Yes, this kind of freedom doesn't exist even in our own village. To Hizashi, born into the branch family and marked by the caged bird seal, this difference was more than cultural. The openness of Sunagakure made him feel a faint, unfamiliar longing, envy for something that perhaps shouldn't have existed in the shinobi world. Well then, since the Kazekage has granted us this opportunity, we may as well make the most of it. Let's enjoy what Sunagakure has to offer. And it wouldn't hurt to observe their young shinobi either. Elsewhere, 3 Uchiha walked through the village streets with equal curiosity. The clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, moved silently, flanked by 2 younger clan members, his eldest son, Itachi, and the ever-watchful Shisui. Like the Hyuga, they too were struck by the vibrant atmosphere of the desert village. Itachi's eyes were wide with silent awe, absorbing every sound, every expression, every scent of the foreign land. For someone so young, trained to see through illusion and remain detached, he found himself captivated. "How does it feel, Itachi?" Shisui asked softly. He could sense the emotional shift in the boy beside him. Itachi looked over at his father's impassive profile. After a pause, he turned back to Shisui and answered. "Shisui and I really like the atmosphere here in Sunagakure." Fugaku didn't speak. His stern gaze continued scanning the horizon ahead, unfazed. Shursui let out a faint breath and murmured. The Kazekage is truly remarkable. From the first day, Shursui had noticed it, not in the architecture, not in the shinobi ranks, but in the faces of the people. The villagers of Sunagakure didn't with the haunted expressions that marked the war-torn lands of the shinobi world. Their smiles weren't born of the shallow relief found under the safety of strong walls. Their expressions held something deeper: pride, ambition, hope. These weren't people merely surviving. They were people building. Even the grim aura of war didn't seem to cling to this place. And then Fugaku finally broke his silence. Shursui. Itachi. You've heard about the Kazekage's proposal to limit the military strength of shinobi villages. What do you think of it? Shursui and Itachi exchanged glances. It was the older one who spoke first. If it actually gets approved, I think it would be a good thing. At the very least, it means kids like Itachi wouldn't have to see the battlefield at such a young age. Fugaku gave the slightest of nods before turning to his son. And you, Itachi? Father. Itachi said carefully, I agree with Shursui and I. If this proposal is accepted, peace might last longer. What you've said is good. Fugaku responded, his voice low and steady. But it shows you've only seen one side of things. Both Shursui and Itachi were taken aback. Fugaku's gaze sharpened, his voice growing cold. Don't underestimate that Kazekage. If you really believe he's just some peace-loving idealist, that would be the most dangerous assumption you could make. He didn't elaborate further. Fugaku wanted them to reach the truth on their own. Shursui's expression tightened, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. But Itachi still looked puzzled, clearly trying to grasp what his father meant. Then, clan head, what about the proposal? Shursui asked. Fugaku's answer came without hesitation. It will definitely pass. Not only does it serve the interests of the shinobi villages, but it aligns perfectly with the goals of the daimyo. They've long grown tired of supporting so many uncontrollable shinobi. In fact, if given the chance, the daimyo would prefer our numbers to shrink as much as possible. By 9 o'clock that morning, Sunagakure was already filled with buzzing excitement. Crowds gathered across the village's busiest districts, where massive display screens had been installed. The village was practically vibrating with anticipation. Despite being a world centered on chakra, this shinobi society had developed a unique set of technologies. While they lacked trains or modern machines, they had perfected chakra-based tools similar to films, radios, and televisions. These innovations, like Konohagakure's telescope jutsu or Sunagakure's Eye of Sand, used chakra to transmit live images and audio over long distances. At one of the largest screens in the commercial district, Kakashi and his two teammates arrived, all disciples of the Fourth Kazekage. The area around them buzzed with shinobi from every nation, all crowding in to get a glimpse. Everyone was here for one reason: the live broadcast of Sunagakure's ninja examination. The broadcast wasn't just for entertainment. Shinobi from other villages hoped to gather insights into Sunagakure's training systems and standards. For Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Currently, the screen was still cycling through chakra-projected commercials, each one stranger than the last. Obito slumped against a wooden post, groaning. This is so dull. Why aren't they showing a movie? Who wants to watch commercials? Kakashi rolled his eyes behind his mask, unimpressed with the complaint, while Rin offered a small, encouraging smile. Just wait a little longer, Obito. It's probably starting soon. Obito immediately perked up at her voice. Rin, you're always so kind. She laughed nervously at his sudden enthusiasm. But their light moment was shattered by a cold voice from behind. So these are Konohagakure's shinobi? They look pretty dim. Not impressed. The trio turned quickly. Behind them stood 3 shinobi wearing Kumogakure forehead protectors. The atmosphere tensed immediately. Obito blinked rapidly, then blurted out. THTH they're huge. Kakashi and Rin froze. That idiot. Obito's impulsive outburst left them both staring at him in mortified silence. Meanwhile, the Kumovikure trio, Samui, Atsui, and Mabui, all frowned, clearly offended. Samui's towering frame and Mabui's imposing presence were enough to make even Kakashi glance away awkwardly. Obito turned bright red and jumped back, waving his arms frantically. Sorry. I didn't mean it. I really apologize. TCH. The Kumovikure ninja glared at them coldly. If it weren't for the Raikage's strict orders to avoid causing trouble during the conference, Samui would have already flattened him. Instead, she held her anger and sneered. Didn't expect such a pervert among Konoha's little brats. So much for your village's reputation. Obito opened his mouth but couldn't form a single word. He looked utterly humiliated, shrinking behind Kakashi with a miserable expression. Fortunately, the screen finally shifted, and the official broadcast of the ninja examination began. Chapter 251, The Eight Tails and Nine Tails. Sunagakure was certainly treating this ninja examination with utmost seriousness, but its true intention wasn't to flaunt the strength of its younger generation. Rasa was well aware that, for now, Sunagakure's youth lacked distinction. He held no illusions about their performance and wasn't expecting much in terms of results. Instead, Rasa had two clear goals in mind. One was to meet the expectations of the daimyo. The other, and perhaps more crucial, was to breathe new life and energy into the village through this event. And in that sense, Rasa had already succeeded. Even though these young participants might not seem impressive to experienced shinobi, to the average citizen, ninja were still mysterious and awe-inspiring. So the moment the exam officially began, it seized everyone's attention. On the massive screen set up for the audience, two commentators appeared, ready to explain the rules and landscape of the first round of the exam. The first trial begins at Lake Redo, and the destination is Sunagakure's restricted zone, Ryu no Rikuen, the Dragon's Oasis. The total distance is 50 kilometers. As soon as those words were spoken, the screen shifted, displaying breathtaking aerial footage of Lake Redo and the lush expanse of the Dragon's Oasis. While everyone in Sunagakure was familiar with Lake Redo, especially the visiting shinobi who had entered the village by boat, not many knew anything about the Dragon's Oasis. Inside the grand hall where the leaders and dignitaries had assembled to witness the exam's opening ceremony, eyes widened in surprise. The daimyo of the Land of Wind was particularly stunned, staring at the immense forest projected onto the screen. What's the meaning of this? Kazekage, how have I never heard of such a vast oasis near Sunagakure? All gazes shifted toward Rasa. The truth was, everyone present except for the Mizukage already knew about the existence of the Dragon's Oasis and shared the daimyo's astonishment. Rasa remained calm as he responded. Daimyo Dano, we discovered this oasis just over a year ago. It was just as much of a surprise to us. We believe it to be a gift from the earth to Sunagakure. I designated it as a restricted zone to preserve its ecosystem. I see. Though no one truly believed Rasa's words, it no longer mattered. He had given an official explanation, and with Sunagakure's current strength, not even the daimyo could assert control over it. I'm very interested in this oasis. Would it be possible for me to visit sometime? Of course. However, this oasis is extremely dangerous. Dangerous? The daimyo's expression stiffened with confusion, but before Rasa could elaborate, the screen answered in his place. A giant predatory bird suddenly descended from the sky, its sheer size resembling a small mountain. On the ground, massive centipedes and spiders crept through the underbrush, while beneath the lake's surface, monstrous crabs and octopuses moved ominously. Each creature appeared even more ferocious than the last. And to reinforce the severity of the situation, Rasa spoke again, his voice steady. To keep these beasts under control, I stationed the one-tailed Jinchuriki there. Only then did it become manageable. This. The daimyo, who had shown great interest only moments earlier, turned pale. Flustered, he muttered hastily. Perhaps I'll pass on that visit. It wasn't only the high officials who were shaken. The villagers of Sunagakure, along with the foreign visitors, also turned pale as they watched the horrifying footage of the island's monstrous inhabitants. Meanwhile, the young children who were about to take part in the exam remained blissfully unaware of what lay ahead. At the edge of Lake Redo, more than 3,000 to 4,000 children stood in tightly packed lines, awaiting their instructions. As many had expected, there were no rules limiting the formation of teams, which meant that those who had prepared in advance and allied with competent partners now held a clear advantage. While the exam's rules played on the external screens for the spectators, they were simultaneously being delivered directly to the participants on the ground. And since this marked Sunagakure's first time hosting such an event in front of all 5 great nations, the village had chosen someone surprising and exhilarating, at least to the children, to announce the rules. Standing before them was none other than Pakura of the Scorch style, the village's esteemed elder and famed wielder of Scorch Release. Pakura addressed the children gently, her tone calm yet firm, as she outlined the rules of the first trial. Over the next 50 kilometers, you'll rely entirely on your own judgment to gather intel, navigate terrain, and adapt to unpredictable conditions. The deadline is 10 a.m. tomorrow. Anyone who fails to arrive by then will be considered disqualified. Then her expression sharpened, and her tone turned cold. There is only one rule in this trial: don't die. Do you understand? Her piercing gaze sent shivers down the spines of many children, and a chilling silence followed. The tension in the air was palpable, stiffening every breath. But among them, a few quick thinkers realized what this rule actually meant. If survival was the only requirement, then everything else was permitted. Since you understand, I hereby declare the first trial of the exam officially begun. To the general public, the 5-nation summit was primarily an affair of trade, spectacle, and tourism. But what truly held their attention was the large-scale ninja examination playing out on the big screens. For the 5 Kage, however, the focus was elsewhere, specifically on Kazekage Rasa's audacious proposal to cap the number of active shinobi. Initially, the idea received broad support. But things quickly became tense once the conversation shifted to concrete numbers. Unsurprisingly, the 5 daimyo were the most forceful. Their greatest fear was an army of powerful shinobi they couldn't control. They proposed a hard limit of 8,000 across all 5 villages, a number the Kage immediately rejected as unreasonable. The Kage countered by arguing that different nations faced different conditions, variations in landmass, geography, and security risks meant the number of shinobi allowed per village had to be scaled accordingly. At the heart of the debate was, naturally, Konoha. And Minato Namikaze had no intention of accepting a system that would place disproportionate restrictions on Konoha. Thus, the summit entered a new phase of negotiations, centered solely on how many ninjas each village would be permitted to retain. This kind of meticulous policy negotiation didn't require the Kage to be present in person. So, all 5 of them made the decision to temporarily return to their own villages. There was still a full month left before the final treaty needed to be signed, and with shinobi mobility, a round trip to and from Sunagakure took no more than 2 days. Rasa, too, departed, but unlike the others, he didn't go back to his office or even remain in the Land of Wind. Instead, he stepped once more into the future timeline. Uzushiogakure, future timeline. Lush forests had reclaimed the land, but the devastation remained evident. The ruins of the once proud Uzumaki clan's village stood in solemn silence, a graveyard of broken stone and fading seals. Amid the overgrowth, Rasa and Orochimaru walked side by side without a word. Soon, they arrived at a secluded, half-collapsed shrine. This is it, right? Orochimaru, I've already handed over the soul fragment of your sealed arm. Now, where's what I asked for? Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with twisted satisfaction as he looked toward the wall, where several grim-looking masks of the death god were carefully displayed. He didn't doubt Rasa's sincerity for even a second. Without hesitation, he gagged and expelled a scroll from his mouth, flinging it toward Rasa. Rasa didn't touch it directly. Instead, his gold sand rose smoothly into the air, caught the scroll mid-flight, and unfurled it without a sound. Here are the flesh samples you requested, Kinkaku, and the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki. With this, Kazekage Dano, you now possess both 8 tails and 9 tails chakra. Satisfied, Rasa nodded and sealed the scroll again before casually tossing it back to Orochimaru. You're the only one I trust with this. Once you've fully restored your soul and regained your power, Edo Tensei will be yours to command. Orochimaru didn't object. In fact, he grinned widely, his pale face stretching with eagerness. But he wasn't done yet. I heard you killed Danzo. I'm not trying to overstep, but if you still have that arm of his, the one enhanced by Hashirama's cells, a regular body won't be enough to withstand this much-tailed beast chakra. Without blinking, Rasa casually threw the arm toward him, the very one embedded with multiple Sharingan that he'd taken from Danzo. Orochimaru caught it with unhidden glee, eyes sparkling. Work quickly. I don't have time to waste. No problem. Also. Rasa narrowed his gaze. I want everything you know about that subordinate of yours, the one named Yugo. Chapter 252, Orochimaru. Rasa had sent agents to search for Yugo long ago. Eventually, through his connection with Ryukido, he located the village where Yugo was supposed to be born. But by the time his men arrived, they discovered something unexpected. Yugo hadn't even been born yet. No one in the village carrying the Libra bloodline had awakened the rare ability to absorb natural energy. They were, for the most part, ordinary villagers without any notable gifts. Faced with this, Rasa decided to shelve the matter temporarily. And as his responsibilities piled up, it eventually slipped from his mind altogether. It wasn't until he set foot in this future world that the thought returned to him. As for Orochimaru, information about Yugo held no particular value. He didn't consider it a secret worth guarding. After all, he had already surrendered his research on the cursed seals to Rasa. By comparison, Yugo was irrelevant now. Once Rasa had acquired what he needed from Orochimaru, he didn't immediately turn his attention to the 2 tails or the 7 tails. It wasn't just that he didn't want to seem too eager. The real reason was far more strategic. Compared to the easily captured 2 tails and 7 tails, the chakra of the 8 tails and 9 tails was vastly more significant. Losing either would be a critical blow. So 10 long days passed quietly. Land of the Sea, inside Orochimaru's hidden base. A massacre was unfolding. On one side were dozens of monstrous beings, creations of Orochimaru born from cursed seals and twisted experiments. On the other side stood a single figure, Sasuke Uchiha, who had arrived 3 months earlier in search of power. Hidden from view, Rasa watched the entire scene from above, unnoticed. The battle didn't last long. One by one, the mutated beasts fell, and when the last of them collapsed in a heap of gore and broken limbs, Sasuke calmly sheathed his blade and walked away. Not once did he look up to notice the silent figure observing from the shadows. The stench of blood clung to the air, heavy and metallic. Then, footsteps sounded behind Rasa. Is it done? He, all thanks to the method you gave me, Rasa-kun. Orochimaru stepped into view, his figure emerging from the darkness. Both of his hands were whole again, restored without him sacrificing anything of his own. Among his countless followers, there had been more than enough zealots willing to offer their lives and bodies for him. As he watched Sasuke vanish into the distance, Orochimaru's voice carried a note of intrigue. I'm beginning to think what you said might be true, Rasa-kun. Perhaps Sasuke really is the child of prophecy. Even I didn't expect him to progress this fast. Rasa didn't respond to the bait. No need to test me. If you have a question, just ask. He had no patience for games or riddles. Orochimaru smiled knowingly, visibly pleased by the directness. It's always refreshing talking to you, Rasa-kun. In that case, I won't hold back. I want to know, why are you gathering the chakra of the tailed beasts? Rasa met Orochimaru's gaze and answered without hesitation. Well then, since our collaboration has been productive, I suppose it's time to uphold part of my promise, and show you a broader world. He paused, then posed a question of his own. Orochimaru, you know of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, don't you? But have you ever stopped to ask yourself, where did he come from? Orochimaru blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the question. It had never even occurred to him to ask. The sage was a figure of myth, an origin point in the annals of shinobi history, the kind of being people accepted as a given, never questioned. Does Rasa-kun know? Rasa didn't hesitate. He gave his answer without reservation. The Sage of Six Paths, whose real name was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was, strictly speaking, only the founder of Ninshu in our shinobi world. His mother was the true origin of chakra on this planet. His mother! Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. A mythological figure like that actually had a mother? What else? So-called gods are simply humans who wield extraordinary abilities. Orochimaru's mind began to churn with thoughts, but Rasa's next revelation completely overturned everything he knew. Of course, the sage's mother was different. She wasn't human. She was a being from another world, a member of an alien race known as the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan. A jolt ran through Orochimaru as if he were brushing against the raw truth of reality itself. That's right. The Otsutsuki are invaders, plain and simple. They travel from world to world, using the weapons they create to drain planets of their life energy. That energy is then converted into fuel for their own evolution. The one who arrived in our world, and who became the progenitor of chakra on Earth, was named Otsutsuki Kage. She bore two sons. One was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, ancestor of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The other was Otsutsuki Himura, who became the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru stood frozen, his entire understanding of the shinobi world unraveling at once. All of his life's research, all of his theories and assumptions, had been limited to the framework of the world as it was, the shinobi system, chakra, bloodline limits, and reincarnation. But what Rasa was revealing transcended all of that. This was not just about shinobi history, but about cosmic forces and alien origins. He began to question everything. For a brief moment, he even wondered whether Rasa was simply spinning an elaborate lie. But some part of him, the part that had always chased the unknown, sensed the weight of truth in Rasa's words. What a vast world. His voice trembled slightly as his eyes locked onto Rasa. Rasa, fully aware of what was going through Orochimaru's mind, responded without hesitation. How I came to know all this, I can't reveal yet. The time isn't right. But what I can tell you is this, Kage wasn't the only Otsutsuki who came to this world. Others followed. Though Hagoromo and Himura managed to stop her from turning Earth into the Otsutsuki clan's breeding ground, their people haven't abandoned their ambitions. Our planet is still in their sights. Rasa's voice dropped into something deeper and heavier as he turned toward Orochimaru. This is why, as Kazekage of Sunagakure, I sought you out, a rogue ninja from Konoha, and entrusted you with this knowledge. Because in the face of the Otsutsuki clan, the old grudges between the five great nations, the five great shinobi villages, they're nothing. Childish squabbles. Petty rivalries. We may have been enemies. There may be blood and betrayal between Sunagakure and Konoha. But there's one truth we both must accept, neither of us wants to see our world devoured, reduced to compost for the Otsutsuki's evolution. As Orochimaru absorbed Rasa's words, he slowly fell into a deep silence. The reality Rasa had laid before him was too immense, too alien to fully process in mere moments. And in light of that, his own goals, immortality, knowledge, surpassing death, seemed laughably small. I see. So, Rasa-kun, all this time, you've been collecting the power of the tailed beasts in order to fight against the Otsutsuki? That's right. They're really that powerful? More than you can imagine. Even Kage, the one who gave chakra to our world, was afraid of them. Rasa glanced at him meaningfully. In today's shinobi world, unless the Sage of Six Paths himself returns, no one can stop them. Orochimaru's brow furrowed. Not even if all five Kage join forces? Rasa let out a quiet, bitter chuckle. If you mean they could tickle them a little, then yes. Barely. Orochimaru's expression hardened, and his jaw clenched. Even the full might of the 5 Kage would only amount to a tickle? What kind of monsters were these? Luckily for us, we still have time. But that also means we can't afford to waste a single moment. Have you finished what I asked for? Orochimaru nodded. He didn't press for more details, not yet. The revelations he had just heard would take weeks to fully unravel in his mind. It's ready. Come with me, Rasa-kun. Chapter 253, Pure Land. The Pure Land. A world shaped entirely by the Sage of Six Paths, using the power inherited from his mother, Kage Otsutsuki. After constructing this realm, Hagoromo connected it to the chakra of all living beings, turning it into the final resting place for shinobi souls after death. Yet within this tranquil dimension, the souls did not retain free will. That control belonged to the god of death native to this realm, Bairaisaka. Though Hagoromo was nearly omnipotent, he was still bound by limitations. In essence, the majority of souls residing in the Pure Land existed as empty vessels, their identities erased, functioning as extensions of Hagoromo's control. However, exceptions existed. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths himself, there was one other who maintained consciousness and autonomy, his twin brother, Otsutsuki Hamura, the inheritor of their mother's bloodline and the bearer of the Tenseigan. In terms of chakra, the twins stood nearly equal. Whether in dojutsu, yin-yang release, or hand-to-hand combat, their strength was evenly matched. Yet there was a subtle, deliberate difference. Hamura had never practiced senjutsu, the art of channeling natural energy from the world itself. With his innate power, Hamura could have mastered it easily. But he refrained, partly due to his calm and reserved nature, and partly because he had witnessed the division among Hagoromo's descendants. He chose instead to distance himself from any path that could lead to a similar fracture between him and his brother. And indeed, this decision proved wise. After Hamura's death, his soul was welcomed into the Pure Land by Hagoromo, and for over a millennium, the two brothers co-governed this peaceful dimension without conflict. That quiet balance remained undisturbed for 1,000 years, until one day, a soul unlike any other arrived. Rasa, the fourth Kazekage of Sunigakure. Not only had Rasa escaped the influence of Edo Tensei, but he had done something even more astonishing. He had achieved a true resurrection. This immediately drew the attention of Hamura. He was no stranger to the technique known as Edo Tensei. His brother possessed the Rinnegan, and with it, dominion over life and death. But in truth, neither Hagoromo nor the second Hokage had created that technique. The real inventor was their mother, Kage Otsutsuki. Yes, Edo Tensei had been Kage's creation from the very beginning. She developed it with a singular purpose, to prepare for the day the Otsutsuki clan would inevitably arrive on this planet. It was also why she nurtured an army of white Zetsu. Their true function had never been as mere foot soldiers, but as sacrifices for the Edo Tensei technique. Only through white Zetsu could the technique summon shinobi at full power, 100% strength, no dilution. From the moment she descended to Earth, Kage anticipated the day her kin would come. She understood she could not face the Otsutsuki alone. White Zetsu alone would never suffice. So she laid the groundwork for 1,000 years, breeding power, cultivating loyal subordinates, and raising her two sons as her ultimate weapons. But being an Otsutsuki by nature, she could never truly trust anyone. So she took drastic action, stealing a portion of divine power from the original god of this world, the Shinigami. She fused it with the Otsutsuki clan's reincarnative force, karma, and forged a death-defying summoning art, what would eventually be called Edo Tensei. At the time, it had no name. Kage never foresaw her own children turning against her, sealing her away before her preparations were complete. Her tools and designs were left behind, and in time, became the foundation of Hagoromo's Pure Land. As a result, no soul in the Pure Land should have been able to escape. No one should have slipped free of Hamura's gaze. But someone had. In all of Hamura's memory, only 2 individuals had ever shown the potential to defy the Pure Land, Indra and Azura, Hagoromo's own children, who carried his divine legacy. Yet this soul, Rasa, bore no connection to either of them. And so, from the moment of his arrival, both Hamura and Hagoromo turned their attention fully upon this anomaly. However, even though Hagoromo and Hamura were the highest level beings in the Pure Land, they were far from omniscient. And the strange force radiating from Rasa's soul, something entirely foreign to chakra, made direct observation impossible. They couldn't look at him through their own eyes, only through borrowed perspectives, relying on indirect glimpses and residual impressions. Initially, their plan was to remain watchful, cautious. Rasa might have been unusual, but the brothers still believed this world remained under their control. Any hasty interference might provoke unintended consequences, including something far worse. It could alert the hidden agents of the Otsutsuki clan who still lingered in this dimension, watching, waiting. That was the last thing the brothers wanted. Exposure would be disastrous. But this time, Rasa's actions pierced their calm. Because his target had shifted, he was preparing to claim the chakra of the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Even if it wasn't the full beasts, even if he only sought fragments of their chakra, that alone was enough to provoke deep unease in both brothers. The 8 tails they could tolerate. Its chakra was powerful, but not critical. The 9 tails, however, was a different matter entirely. It was ironic. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the 9 tails was the only one that lacked any distinctive ability. It had no special release style, no exotic powers unique to it. And that, paradoxically, made it the most important. Its true value lay in something else, something planted there intentionally. Hagoromo had imbued the 9 tails with an extraordinary life force. It was this power that he had reserved for the descendants of Azura, the key to awakening the sage's body. Although Hagoromo's 2 sons had inherited incredible powers, Indra receiving his dojutsu and Azura his body, it was exceedingly rare for descendants to inherit those gifts in their complete form. Just as Hagoromo himself once lamented, even his sons had failed to fully replicate his own abilities. Indra's Rinnegan had never reached its father's heights. Azura's physique fell short of Hagoromo's divine endurance and vitality. In truth, 2 shinobi born many centuries later came closer to embodying Hagoromo's power than either of his sons, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Especially Hashirama. Hashirama had never relied on the 9 tails. He walked an entirely different path. Yet through sheer natural power, he awakened abilities nearly equal to a complete sage's body. He was a true anomaly, a being that tilted the balance. For over 1,000 years, the cycle of conflict between the descendants of Indra and Azura had never ceased. The side of the eye always held the upper hand, the Uchiha lineage crushing opposition through their overwhelming visual prowess, until the rise of the Senju. Until the birth of a single boy, Hashirama Senju. For the first time, Azura's lineage gained the advantage. So now, watching Rasa target the 9 tails, the very anchor of the sage's body, both brothers found it nearly impossible to stay their hands. They were on the verge of intervening directly. How dare this mortal Kazekage reach for such a critical power? But just before they could act, Rasa did something that made them hesitate. He revealed knowledge that, to the brothers' understanding, only they should have known. Secrets not passed down, not recorded, truths buried in time, lost to all but those who had shaped the shinobi world itself. And yet, Rasa spoke of them with accuracy. That stopped them cold. Because they knew beyond doubt, what Rasa said was true. And more importantly, it revealed something deeper, that despite their differences, despite the vast divide between the living and the dead, between mortals and gods, there remained a common ground. They shared a single, undeniable enemy. The Otsutsuki clan. That's the end of this tale for now. We've caught up to the story. The author hasn't updated it in a while, so it's possible in the future he'll pick it up and write the rest of the story anyways. With that being said, peace.